right. I show us at top of the hour, 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. We'll go ahead and get started, and I'll hand things off to Elizabeth Hebron.
Thank you so much, Veronica. Sorry, I had to double check and make sure I was off mute. Never fails. So welcome everyone to our 2023 ASLA CLARB Licensure Summit. I'm Elizabeth Hebron, Director of State Government Affairs for ASLA. And I wanted to start off today with everyone's favorite subject of housekeeping. And I have a few quick tips that will hopefully make this event run as smooth as possible. First, if you haven't already, and out of respect to all of our speakers and your fellow participants, please mute yourselves. We have quite a few registrants for today, and sometimes we know important phone calls need to happen, but we don't need to hear about your medical appointments or if your dog is going to grooming this afternoon or later today. We'll just, if you have yourself on mute, then we all can just go on with the schedule as written. So secondly, we know that sometimes in virtual events, it can be difficult to connect with your peers, but we hope that you will use the chat function all during today to connect with others. So again, if you want to send a private message or a message to everyone, please use the chat function. And then third, during our Q&A time with all of our speakers, we will only take questions that come through the Q&A feature on Zoom. If you look in the feature bar, you will see where it says Q&A. So if you click that, it gives you the option to enter a question. So again, we will not be monitoring the chat during Q&A. We will only take questions through the Q&A feature. And finally, yes, as you already know, this event is being recorded and it will be made available to all registrants. So now on to the fun stuff. First of all, we really want to thank all of you for taking the time out of your extremely busy schedules to join us today. We hope that you can stay for the full event, but if not, you can, of course, drop off when needed to. And again, this event is being recorded. We at ASLA and CLARB, our staff has put a lot of time and effort into planning this afternoon's sessions and really securing speakers from both inside and outside of the profession. We know that these speakers will inspire and educate us all. So please don't hesitate to ask questions of our speakers, but again, please use the Q&A function to submit your questions. And at the end of today, we hope that all of you will walk away with an understanding of the importance of educating public officials and others who are important to the profession, and how best to make that education and those advocacy efforts happen. Secondly, even though we know it can sometimes be scary, oftentimes it's better to lead change than to react to it. So we will have those kinds of conversations. We also hope you walk away with a better grasp and understanding of the Uniform Licensure Standard for Landscape Architecture and the different approaches that states are taking to adopt and implement the standard. And finally, we all know that relationships are so important to the profession and how they can really make or break our advocacy efforts. So our last panel today will feature many of the different types of relationships it takes to make good policy happen. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to CLARB CEO Matt Miller and ASLA CEO Tori Carter-Canine to talk about the ASLA-CLARB relationship and the ability to work together collaboratively and how it makes us all and the profession stronger. So with that, Tori and Matt, take it away.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I think, Matt, yesterday when we sort of kind of didn't rehearse, I was going first.
Yeah, you're going first. Forgot to tell you.
So thank you so much, Elizabeth and team, Veronica, everyone, all the work that happens, Bradley, of course, on our team and on the CLARB team to pull this event together. I think, it's just one example of how well our teams work together and the two organizations work together. And, as Elizabeth mentioned, we're kind of, the theme here for this segment is stronger together, and it really is true. Licensure and licensure defense is always a top issue of importance for our members whenever we ask them in our member surveys what they care about and what we as an organization should be focusing on. And in these challenging times where we understanding that we are such a small profession, it's always better. Matt and I talk about this all the time when we meet. It's always better if we are speaking with one voice and we are collaborating strategically on how we should be responding, as I said, during these challenging times. Matt, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I absolutely. I think we often use the phrase, how can I help you with that?
Yeah.
Just a couple of issues we talked about yesterday. It was going back and forth, and we both use that phrase, and I think that's really important. We're always looking how we can help the other. This partnership that we have is pretty impressive. It does not mean that it's without disagreements. It does not mean that we're 100% aligned on everything. But I think the most important thing when we get to those little tiny friction points is that we have open lines of communication. We talk through things. We understand where the other organization is coming from, and that there are particular things that each of us can and can't do in some of the things that we're focusing on, especially around licensure. But like you said, Tori, at the end of the day, we're really, our top priorities for ASLA's membership and CLARB's mission is licensure. It just shows up over and over and over again, and it's so critically important to both organizations, one for public protection and two for the profession. And I know when I talk to my colleagues in the regulatory space, fellow CEOs and other leaders, they are always really impressed and envious of the relationship that CLARB has with ASLA, the professional association. And it's not just lip service. It's just not like, well, hey, we have a great relationship. We do a lot of things together. You have invited us into the ASLA conference. We have been able to engage with emerging professionals at your conference and at Labash. We also had the opportunity to put on several sessions in person called Demystifying the LARE, our exam, which has been incredibly helpful for both of us. The other things that ASLA has really helped us with is promoting and advancing some of the things we need to get done for our mission, which the examples I'll use is the job task analysis and the blueprint. The task analysis is that survey of practice that we have to get pushed out and get a lot of participation in. And you've got the voice and the reach for that. And you've always helped CLARB accomplish that and get thousands of respondents to the task analysis. And this year in particular, your help has been incredible because we have a new blueprint, which is launching in December. And there is some change in it, and it's confusing. And the help and the assistance that your voice lends to that at ASLA helps not one, to kind of add credibility to what we're doing, but two, to magnify the comments and the commentary and answer the questions around it. For me, that's just a few things that I see coming up. But back to licensure defense, Tori, I know your surveys show that's one of the top two issues for ASLA membership, and I'm sure you've got a lot to kind of share about that.
Yes, I think it kind of goes back to, you mentioned earlier, so we don't always agree on things, but I think that being in constant communication and collaboration with each other makes it easier to communicate when we don't disagree. So the relationship is always in a good place, right? It allows us to actually disagree respectfully and still collaborate really, really closely together. And I think licensure defense, some of the ways that we do that to respond to licensure issues when licensure defense, rears its ugly head, if you will. We hold quarterly licensure webinars and annual licensure summits to make sure that all of our members have the same information and understanding, and again, are speaking with one voice, moving in the same direction nationwide. Our staff hold weekly staff calls during the state legislative sessions to discuss legislative tracking and developments on important bills. So again, it's just, these are just a couple of examples of the ways that ASLA and CLARB collaborate and work really, really closely together at all levels, board, staff, as well, to make sure that we're prepared when licensure issues come up. Strategy calls with our chapters and our boards, as I mentioned. It's just really, really important to help influence policy. I mean, we've sent, independent letters and personal outreach to legislators, all important tactics and strategies that we've worked on together to respond to licensure defense issues and challenges. Because as we all know, they can pop up in any state and surprise us sometimes when they do. So it's good that we are in constant communication in order to respond effectively and efficiently.
And it's when you bring that up, it's our internal communication on staff is when we have work groups or we have task forces that we're putting together or committees. One of the first questions is, well, who from ASLA is involved? Who from the licensure committee is involved? You all look to us and include us in the licensure committee that you have started up and have been maintaining for years, and allow us to share our progress and the things we're working on. And we do the same thing as we do research and investigation. The development of the uniform standard was your licensure committee was a group that we looked very strongly to for advice and input. And we had members of the ASLA staff on our work group to help develop the uniform standards. So there's a lot of cross-pollination, if you will, in the work that we're doing so that we get both perspectives in trying to advance all of the efforts that we've got going forward. Everything down to the model law that CLARB develops to even the uniform licensure standard that I talked about. Those are all things that we always look to have that input from the profession on, because while we like to pretend that there's a firewall between the profession and regulation, the fact is the profession has to function every day. And so there really isn't a real firewall. There's a real connection between the two, and we have to have that input, which is something that's really important. The last thing I think that we're going to talk a little about, and you're going to talk about the details, about a year and a half ago, you and I talked about really a big problem that we have in diversity in the profession, and specifically the licensed profession. And we talked, and we said, is there something we could do? And CLARB ended up providing seed funding and matching funding for an initiative you're going to talk about. And I was actually just talking to a colleague about this last week at another conference, and he said to me, man, I wish I had a partner organization that I trusted to give our dollars to advance something like that. And that to me kind of spoke volumes to the trust that our organizations have to carry out the things that we care deeply about in both sides of the organization. So I'm sure you're going to talk a little bit about the Women of Color Licensure Advancement Program, because it is one of the things that I think we're really both very proud of to have had a hand in starting up.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that always sort of lift us up, right, to talk about as a program that sort of, again, overlays both organizations' goals and values. We both have a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have different sort of individual programs and ways that we sort of carry that out throughout both organizations. But this particular program that you mentioned, the Women of Color Licensure Advancement Program, it is really, I celebrate it for the same reasons you do, right? It is not often that two organizations like ours are able to find a program, right? Not a campaign or response to a state legislature or something that is more over home plate, that people would say is right over home plate, but something like a program that sort of realizes our values and other commitments throughout the organization, and DEI is one of them. So to have a program like this Women of Color Licensure Advancement Program, and to have CLARB, not just give seed money, but a 3-year commitment to this program is really, really phenomenal. And I can't tell you enough. I can't thank you enough, and I can't tell you enough how much our board and staff really appreciate that demonstration of the strength of our partnership. Really, really means a lot. I mean, in just a couple data points, the 2022 class of 10 is already on their way, and we're supporting them to take parts of the exam and to sort of get them through on their pathway to licensure. And then now we're accepting applications for the class of 2023. You can go to the website and learn all the specifics and all the details at the ASLA website. But again, I think, it's a fantastic way for us to sort of wrap up our remarks, because it really is just something that we should all be proud of. And it's a model, frankly, as you mentioned, Matt, for other organizations to really think about. Are there programs or opportunities in an innovative way, in a new way that organizations can think about how they might be able to partner together to realize their shared goals. And so I think I know that both of us are really, really proud, and I'm excited that I had the opportunity to update everyone on this call, because it really sort of warms our hearts, and it's also a really, really effective way to carry out change that is much needed.
Couldn't agree more. And I think I'm proud too that we finished in 15 minutes and we're not in trouble with Veronica and Elizabeth, so we can let them move on, I suppose, with the program.
I was waiting for that hook to come out. Right?
I know. We're going to get the hook. So thank you all for giving us the time to share with you some of the things we've been working on. It's really a really effective and amazing partnership I think our organizations have.
Thank you so much, Matt and Tori, and a great setup for the conference this afternoon, really demonstrating the need for and value of strong relationships, particularly between boards and chapters. I am very excited to introduce our first segment of the day, Empowering Boards and Chapters in Licensure Defense. As Elizabeth mentioned earlier, we have a great lineup of speakers to share very timely and relevant and valuable information on how we can better communicate the value of licensure and licensure boards, how we can lead reform versus being reformed, and how to engage with legislators. So with that, I am pleased to introduce our first speaker, Marta Zanevsky, the Executive Director of the Alliance for Responsible Professional Licensure. In Marta's role as Vice President of State Regulatory and Legislative Affairs, she leads the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, state regulatory and legislative efforts. In her role, she builds strong relationships and strong and collaborative relationships with internal and external stakeholders on issues that impact the CPA profession. She serves as AICPA's primary voice on state advocacy efforts, and she works closely with the CPA societies, the National Association of State Boards of Accountancy, state legislative and executive branch officials, and global professional services firms. Additionally, in her role as the executive director for ARPL, or the Alliance for Responsible Professional Licensing, she drives advocacy strategy regarding the importance of professional licensing and reasonable state regulation. Marta previously served as the Assistant Vice President for Advocacy and External Engagement at the National Council of Architectural Registration Boards. In her role there, she was responsible for building the organization's state-focused advocacy efforts on behalf of the architectural profession. Before joining NCARB, Marta managed the state political campaigns, grassroots, and PACT fundraising efforts for the National Association of Realtors. And prior to making her transition to the nonprofit sector, Marta was a political appointee for the Bush-Cheney White House from 2004 to 2008. There, she worked for First Lady Laura Bush and for Cabinet Secretary Margaret Spellings. During her time working for the White House, Marta coordinated various political and governmental briefings and Capitol Hill engagements. She originally hails from California and holds her BA from the University of California in Political Science. Thank you so much, Marta, for being with us today.
Thank you for that introduction, Veronica. Great to be here with all of you. And Matt and Tori, listening to your introduction, you all, I want to commend you on the partnership that you both have with each other's organizations. It is very rare to see, to your exact points, and your leadership for both organizations from an ARPL perspective is very apparent, and congratulations on all that you have been able to achieve. So moving forward with my presentation, thank you again for having me here today. Many of you in the audience may be familiar with ARPL. ASLA and CLARB are founding members of ARPL, It was a vision that we had between, of course, ASLA, CLARB, architects, engineers, of course, CPAs and land surveyors, of this licensing fight that we continuously hit session after session. And on the theme of your summit this afternoon, we figured relationships and strengthen numbers is how we will move forward to not only educate on the value of licensure, but to remind legislators and various executive bodies of the role that licensing boards play and the very important responsibility that state boards have. So let me go into sort of what the mission of ARPL is. It's very straightforward. It is to promote a responsible and balanced approach to licensing. It's also to educate policymakers who, as we all know, have a ton on their plates day in and day out. You all watch the news. You see in state government houses the massive amounts of issues that legislators have to deal with. So we wanted to create a voice for not only the professions, but also the regulatory side of these professions and why it matters and why there is this little thing called public health, safety, and welfare that we must protect, and that there are these professions out there that have these high standards and have rigor for a reason, and that rigor is to protect the public while also ensuring uniformity and streamlined but also modernized practices for these esteemed professions. So it serves well both the public and the professionals. And together we feel within ARPL that enhances the public trust. So let me kind of go into who is in this membership. As I mentioned before, here are all the groups. And Veronica and Elizabeth, you all sit on the steering committee for ARPL. And that steering committee is made up of these partners who really, we meet monthly, sometimes more often during state sessions. And we sort of, together collaboratively think of what's our next step in this important licensing space. Where are there gaps? Where can we really insert the voice of ARPL and these professions into conversations that frankly are being had that we may not be a part of? Now, I will say 6 years ago when we started ARPL, I know it's been 6 years. 6 years ago when we started ARPL, our goal was, hey, we want to be in the room when these conversations happen. Well, now we are. We're very much in the room. We are helping drive certain legislative issues. We are putting out there in the media our voice. So I think now we're in a part of ARPL where people come to us first before big and terrible decisions are made. It's not always the case, but I think 6 years later, we're in a much better place than we were. And so the three big things, the three key areas that we want to make sure are part of ARPL's membership is that there is a license in all 50 jurisdictions. There is that uniformity, which congratulations to all of you on moving that uniform standard ahead, and that's a very heavy lift. There is that uniformity within the 3 E's, education, examination, and experience. And there's a proven national mobility path. This is why attorneys are not part of ARPL, right? Attorneys do not have this model that the ARPL professions have. Not many do. Many times within ARPL, we are approached by folks saying, hey, we really like what you're doing. Can we be a part of ARPL? We have to hold true these standards because we have to make sure that when we are out there educating, that we hold truth to our own power within ARPL and that these professions meet these very important standards. So that's sort of the membership side of it. Let me just give you a brief history. We are, in 2017 and 2018, what you don't see in the slide is when Veronica and Elizabeth and I were like, so we need to do this, this, and this. So in those 2 years, we were kind of putting the blocks together. We had to make certain hires from like a public relations perspective, media, marketing. And once we kind of got those pieces together and we started putting out ARPL's messaging out there, we really hit the ground running in 2019 and we sort of moved ahead with our brand. That was kind of the first year where we made our ourselves known. We developed kind of our press release, like introduction to who we are. The biggest thing I think we did, we laid the groundwork in 2018 for this, but in 2019, we released our License to Move report, which maybe some of you have seen. It was really, the whole message of that report was, at the time and still today, a lot of legislators are saying, well, we need to change the regulatory structure and we need to put down barriers so people can travel from state to state and practice. All of us in ARPL were saying, well, we have that. We have that. It works well for the professionals and it works well for the regulators and it works well for the public. And so that report really said, if you are going to go down the pathway of regulations or legislation regarding mobility, let us tell you a couple of things that we have learned from our experience. And so that was kind of our first foray into the public market of who we were and what we stood for. And then kind of moving ahead, we put out more content in 2021 and 22. We put out more webinars. We also did a big thing that the steering committee really thought hard and long about, but we hired a national lobbying firm to help us get into those rooms and into those areas that we were not a part of, where those decisions were being made and the professional side of ARPL was not represented. And so that was a big, and I commend the steering committee on moving with that, because that has paid dividends and gotten us into conversations where we were not before. 2023, we're really focusing on you all as the partners, as the stakeholders on the ground in states, and saying, what kind of tools, what kind of advocacy resources can we provide to you? Where can we come in and provide additional resources that maybe we have not been good about, and how can we help with that? So, for the next slide, sort of how did we and why did we create the coalition in ARPL? As I mentioned, we really wanted to counter that anti-licensing environment, right? And this rhetoric that was playing out everywhere, not only at the state level, but we also saw at the federal level. We saw an administration, no matter what party after administration, saying, we got to look at state licensing. So we felt more than ever there was much more of a catalyst to get this group going. We also wanted to enter into a conversation where we were the adults in the room and said, listen, we have to promote the importance of a professional license and what that means and the standards behind that and why it matters, because that was very much missing from the entire conversation. We also wanted to, as ARPL, have very much a coordinated message on rigor for a reason. Why does the license matter? The license is minimal requirements that need to be met. There's an accountability model. There are boards that serve in states to ensure responsible practice of these different professions. So these were kinds of the things that we saw were not part of the conversation, and we wanted to ensure that these professions were represented in this dialogue. So what were those sort of core messages? Again, professional licensing matters, right? Why is there rigor behind it? It's all these points you see in front of you. Our biggest message to legislators and legislative staff has always been that one size does not fit all. There are, groups out there that put out these model bills and say, here you go, get them out there. And we say, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not move ahead so quickly. What does this bill say? Here's our thoughts on it. Here's how you can still accomplish your goal, legislator X, but let us help you do it in a responsible way. We also, I think, recently really started to differentiate the difference between an occupation and a profession, and the consequences to the public between an occupation and a profession, and why that license is that social contract between these professions and the public. So there's been very much an extreme thinking on licensing lately in many states. And so we wanted to say, listen, licensing done right works, and look to us in these professions in ARPL to show you how that's done. So that's one of our core key messages. The next message is really focused on very much kind of what I mentioned before. We can go to the next slide. Is it moving? I don't see it moving. Oh, okay. Let me go to the next slide. That's fine. Priorities. You can go ahead. So with these messages, one of the things we want to pivot to is where are these proposals coming from and how does the messaging fit into these proposals? So the proposals that we see often is this whole idea of universal licensing, right? It sounds great. Who wouldn't want universal licensing standards? So when these licensing proposals are now in about 20 states, and they keep coming up session after session after session. And the idea is that there's this one model, everyone comes in, it doesn't matter what the standards are, and you just come in and you become licensed. The issue is that it's also not very much universal. Universal is a misnomer. Every state has different requirements for this universal licensing proposal. So what I mean by that is in one state, like let's say in Arkansas, they will say, hey, you need to be a resident of the state to get licensed. In another state, they'll say, well, actually, we want 4 years of experience, whereas in Nevada, let's say it was only 2 years. So there's very much different requirements in each of these states, so it's not universal. The other challenge we have is that these bills are running very much counter to what we already have in the books, and it's working really well. And so I think for us, it's creating additional barriers, additional regulatory hurdles to jump through. And so for ARPL, what we're coming in and saying is, we understand that you want universal licensing, but it's not what you're asking for. So learn from these professions who actually have done it. And what's great about ARPL is that each profession within ARPL has very different models of mobility. I can say the CPA mobility model works very different than the architect's mobility model, but it works. And because that works, we say, what do you need? How can we help you? How can we educate on how the professional uses that mobility model, and then how the licensing boards ensure that whoever comes in and out of their state, there is an accountability to the public, which currently with universal licensing is not the case. People can come in and out of the state and there is no accountability for them. There is no method of tracking these folks. So it really runs counter to the public being served by qualified professionals. So that's kind of the first proposal that we're pushing back on. The next one really is, you might see a familiar face on this slide. As we kind of push ahead on universal licensing, we really want to say, here are these videos. And so Veronica, thank you. Veronica was one of our spokespeople on this issue. And so we're going to be releasing videos that all of you can use, quick, short hits on why is this an issue, what your legislator or department head or whatever stakeholder needs to know about this issue, and why should they care, and what's the solution for it. So that's kind of that piece. And so more videos will be coming out on that. The next one is promoting a responsible approach to interstate practice. So this kind of dovetails back into universal licensure. But what we want to say is, listen, if there are folks practicing in and out of state, these ARPL professions have uniform standards around the 3 E's, and here's why these uniform standards matter, right? That substantial equivalency piece is the thread that holds interstate practice together, and here's how we came up with it, and here are some best practices to use moving forward. So that is another, we're going to sort of build off of that license to move report that I mentioned earlier, and we're going to create more videos on this as well, to educate, again, various stakeholders in and out of your state and for others who may be interested. The other message, which I heard Matt and Tori mention, is, the missing perspective on licensing, and from what we've seen throughout ARPL in our years of working together, is that there's often this misnomer of, well, licensing and regulations hurts business. And we as ARPL took very much offense to that. We said absolutely not, and we had this hunch that if we actually did some surveying around this issue with business industry folks, people who hire, people who employ, people who work with the ARPL professions, would they really think that a licensed CPA is a hindrance to their business? Do they think that having a licensed CPA or getting your license to work in a firm is actually a business impediment? And so we hired a national firm who's done work for us before to really speak to decision makers and say, here's what we're hearing. Can you tell us more about this? And we actually got back really great data on this. And we said, nope, this is not what people are saying. Business leaders think licensing is very important. They see it as a key piece of not only how they run their business, but how they employ folks. And it makes a big deal in, their decision making, anything from liability insurance to how they structure their employment benefits and things of that nature. So that data is actually brand new. It was released about a month ago. It's on our website, responsiblelicensing.org. And we have all the sort of business data on that that you can absolutely have access to as well and share as you need to. And those 3 points are kind of what we found. Also missing in the licensing conversation, which I mentioned before, is the public piece of all of this. Oftentimes when we see these proposals, we say, wait a minute, where's the public's perspective on this? It's very much not part of the conversation. So we actually very often in states, if there's a huge battle on the ground, we did this in Louisiana last session, where the public is not part of the conversation. There are very not great legislative proposals being forward that we think may be very much a detriment to the public. And so we polled the public and we said, hey, what do you think of if you were to hire a landscape architect and he or she was not hired? Would that be a problem for you? And the public said, absolutely, it would be a problem. And so we did what the other side is not doing, which is conversing with the public who votes. So we very much engaged them in that dialogue. And again, this is also on our website. And it's great data to use for other stakeholders if you ever need additional information. And ARPL is really going to keep pushing on this public piece of it to ensure that the public understands that state licensing boards within their jurisdiction serve a very important role. And that role is to make sure that they are protected from any services provided by licensed professionals. So that's kind of the other missing part of it. So what's next for us? I don't know, conquer the licensing world. I don't know, really. I mean, we're very excited. We have what we feel is a really good group, good synergy working together. Our sweet spot really is that research and data piece. Oftentimes when we deal with anti-licensing, anti-regulatory folks, they don't have the data to back up what they're saying. So we come into the room with very much that data supporting our sentiment and our statements. And so then we push that out very much through social media. These explainer videos, which Elizabeth and Veronica, thank you both for doing those. Those are going to be very much front and center for us, moving them ahead and pushing them out to various stakeholders. We will be pushing out webinars as well. And then, of course, in the fall, preparing for next session, which will be busy as always. And then, of course, we have now a seat on the American Legislative Exchange Council's, basically a legislative committee where all these model bills are coming out from. I'm sure they love seeing me come into the room every time they have those meetings, but we are in the table. We are sitting there and we are voicing our concerns and our opinions. And so we will continue to do that and promote the value of licensing boards and the role that they play day in and day out. So that's really it for ARPL. Here's my email. If you have any questions or thoughts, I'm happy to take them. And thank you for listening and for your time today.
Thank you so much, Marta. Great information. And, we're just all very grateful for the ability to collaborate and partner to ensure that there is that very proactive voice engaged in conversation around licensing of highly technical professions. We did have a question come into the chat, and the question is, I'm curious how a license that is the same for every state and mobile between states aligns with the state's rights push.
Sure. So the lovely thing about the U.S. Constitution is that 10th Amendment, right, which protects states' rights to regulate, to protect their citizens. It's because of, like, I will speak for the CPA profession. It took us decades to make sure that even though we have a Uniform Accountancy Act, we worked for over 20 years to make sure that there is that license for a CPA, but that CPA, when he or she goes in and out of a state, that state with its own state's laws and rules, to your point, understands that they can come in and that they are substantially equivalent. And so that substantial equivalency took us over 20 years, where each state board for the CPA profession said, okay, so if you have, this education requirement, this experience requirement, and you pass the exam, that is good for us to ensure that if Marta comes into my state and she practices, that Marta meets those states' requirements that we have. And it takes a long time to make sure that there is that comfort between state boards and that they understand that I am coming into their state, but I have met at least the minimal criteria for my CPA license. And I think that's why we push back so heavily in ARPL on these quick fix mobility bills that many legislators bring forward, because it's not that quick and it's not that easy. And having states being able to agree with one another of, okay, yes, you can come in and practice and the public's still protected. That takes a lot of trust, and that trust is not built overnight. And these professions have done it and done it well. Now, are we going to rest on our laurels and say, all right, well, we're done, that works just great? No, of course not. I think we will continue to look at ways to modernize and make sure that professionals are able to practice across state lines, but that state boards still feel comfortable of folks coming in and out of their state at the practicing adequately.
Thanks, Marta. I got a couple of more questions. I think we'll have time for another one or two. Specific to the data that's collected by ARPL, the question is, are the surveys and questionnaires diversified enough in demographics/audience to be applicable on the local level?
Yes, so absolutely. That was actually one of our biggest priorities when we employed the firm that we employed. When we put out our request for partnership, we wanted to make sure that it was diverse in age, thought, regions of the country, political makeup, educational background. Yes, because otherwise, to my point earlier, we would not have data to stand up on. And so we as ARPL always want to make sure that our data is very much defendable.
Yes, thank you, Marta. And last question before we move on to our next presenter. How does universal licensing coordinate with individual state examination requirements, particular to those states that might have, a state-specific exam?
The short answer is it doesn't. So that's the other challenge with universal licensing. And it honestly depends on how the bill is written in the state. We often find that if there is a state that has an additional requirement, universal licensing obliterates that, doesn't care about it. And again, it poses a risk to the public in that state and to that license. And so that is another one of our concerns, is that if there are specific states with certain requirements, which I know in the design industry happens often, that is often not thought about when these universal licensing bills move forward.
Great, Marta. Thank you so much for being with us today and sharing your knowledge and expertise. And with that, I will move on to our second presenter. In this half-hour presentation, Christina Vessels from the Venable Law Firm will expand on the reasons supportive of uniform licensing requirements, how to implement uniform licensing standards within individual jurisdictions' regulatory frameworks, and the benefits of leading reform in this space during a time of increasing scrutiny of professional licensing and regulations. Christina is an attorney in Venable's government division in Washington, D.C. Her work for leading trade associations and regulatory boards, including in the architecture, landscape architecture, and early childhood education industries, involves legislative and regulatory drafting, litigation concerning challenges to board authority, contract negotiation, and general counseling on organizational operational matters. Christina gives practical, efficient, clear, and when appropriate, creative advice to meet clients' needs, legal obligations, and the realities of putting their plans into action. Christina, thank you for being with us today, and you can take it away.
Great. Thank you, Veronica. And I'm really looking forward to, over the next 20 minutes or so, building off the details concerning universal licensing bills that Marta just covered, and giving you a little bit of an overview of the role and the value of state licensing boards, in particular with helping to advance the landscape architecture profession. So with that, let's jump in. First and foremost, we want to set the stage that the current political climate is not uniformly friendly to those kind of carrying the mantle for uniform standards of licensure. On the one hand, starting at the very top, the Biden administration, through an executive order that was published just about 2 years ago, really demonstrated the administration's desire to facilitate a more competitive marketplace. And how were they going to do this? Well, they were looking at state law requirements and other types of requirements that might restrict the ability of workers to find and switch jobs. And that, affects how they move between states. And so really the administration was really giving close attention to overly burdensome or, quote, unfair occupational licensing requirements. To that end, the FTC was explicitly encouraged to try and rein in unfair occupational licensing restrictions through the agency's federal rulemaking procedures. At the same time, though, we know that states are the ones with the power to regulate the health, safety, and welfare of their citizens and residents, particularly to the extent that federal law does not explicitly address an issue. That's the state's police power, and that's the hook through which professions are often regulated by states. So looking at the state-based issue, we also see that state legislatures and industry groups are fairly vocal about this topic of professional regulation. Somewhat problematically, the state legislatures and industry groups, their views don't always align, and they don't always necessarily want to regulate professions in a way that aligns with CLARB's view or the views of similarly situated organizations. So that's kind of one undercurrent that we need to keep in mind. But finally, if we see that we've talked about the federal executive, state executive, and legislative branches and how they're weighing in on the issue, it's also important to, we'd be remiss not to consider the third branch of government, which is the judicial branch. And so keeping in mind that there's been this general trend suggesting that the judiciary take a more scrutinizing view of reviewing licensing boards' interpretations of law and other questions. This level of judicial deference towards statutory or regulatory interpretations is really critical to, understanding at face value how board activity might progress through the, various channels at the state level. In short, there's a lot of pressure coming in and affecting professional regulation from different angles and perspectives. And so understanding all of those forces is sort of critical to understanding, how your boards move forward in relation to those competing forces. So understanding, what is universal licensure? Marta really covered it in depth, but I think I'll try and, come at it from a slightly different perspective. And that's more on, the legal and statutory front. These are effectively laws that authorize or require states to recognize certain occupational licenses granted by other states, and those occupational licenses, might come about in different ways. Usually, universal licensing bills require licensees to meet certain residency or testing, background checks, other types of requirements, obviously in addition to paying the fee. And we'll sometimes see, an interstate mobility proposal overlaid on top, and these can go a little bit further. These might specify the various levels of credentials that determine who is eligible to practice a profession in a state. So that ranges from occupational licenses, which are issued by states and are needed to practice a profession, to a slightly lower standard for government certifications. There might be private certifications, which are issued by industry groups. And, these types of volunteer programs might recognize people who meet certain standards, but the ability to obtain that recognition is simpler, let's just call it for now, than the occupational licensing regimes that landscape architects, for example, have grown accustomed to. The somewhat unorthodox thing, in my view at least, about these universal licensing bills is that although these bills go really to great trouble to distinguish how the levels of licensure and certification are different, they might be seen as essentially disregarding those differences by nevertheless allowing folks with certifications that are easier to come by to still meet the requirements within a state for what would have been originally required by the higher level certification or government licensing regimes. And so it seems like, to some extent, these can create backdoor pathways to licensure. In any case, we're not really talking necessarily about the merits of these proposals, since, how universal licensing and interstate mobility bills are seen is really, industry specific. It'll be sort of particular to a profession, how it fits with the existing framework. But the important takeaway is that although these bills are suggested as proposed solutions to an overly burdensome licensing framework, the reality is that these universal licensing bills try to streamline licensure procedures that maybe or are and maybe should be different across professions, rather than using, broad stroked frameworks, painting with so broad a brush, that could be helpful to professions that may not have multi-state or nationwide parallel tracks for licensure. But for professions that do have a functioning system with standardized procedures, oftentimes we see that the effect of these bills is to really water down a framework and potentially weaken, specific boards' abilities to truly vet licensure applicants on the basis of skills needed for a particular profession. So some might say, well, these universal bills, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Well, that is not true in many cases. And Marta said it, that, one size does not fit all. Whereas universal licensing bills typically apply to all or many professions within a state. Oftentimes they are written very broadly and carve out very select small numbers of professions. A uniform standard is particular to a profession. A uniform standard is almost always a product of input from, associations such as yourselves and their constituents. And these, these frameworks, these uniform models are based on an understanding of the nuances specific to a profession. In that regard, a uniform licensing standard is, you can think of it as a model document that sets forth what the industry generally views as best practice. These are, typically the ideal metrics regarding substantive requirements for licensure, but, sometimes we'll see uniform standards might also veer into the procedural mechanics for issuing licenses. Some of those particulars are going to depend on the particular profession and their uniform standard. But at the end of the day, the key here is that this is specific to a particular profession rather than being broadly and generally applicable to a range of professions. So whereas the universal licensing bills might set a least common denominator or a lowest threshold that is needed to be surpassed in order to obtain licensure in a state for any number of professions, the more specific and perhaps higher credentialing metrics are often imposed or set forth in uniform standards. So why have a uniform standard? I said at the outset that there's a federal priority to promote worker mobility and ease access into the profession. Wouldn't it be counterintuitive to say, okay, notwithstanding that federal priority, how does a uniform standard fit into this? Well, I'm not saying that a uniform standard needs to be a harder bar for any particular profession. Rather, it's a standard that is tailored to the profession, so that you don't have all of these extraneous requirements or generic provisions that really have no bearing on what your profession, how it seeks to ascertain when and whether certain folks meet the requirements for credentials. Moreover, when many and ideally all states have the same uniform standard, what you actually see is that this absolutely enhances worker mobility because it streamlines and standardizes the particulars for obtaining licensure in a state. It removes state-specific variations on the licensing framework, and it really promotes access by ensuring consistency with how folks, know that they've met the requirements to obtain a license. So in that respect, a uniform standard for all professionals in an industry can cut down on hurdles to obtaining licensure in many states. And really, this is how it sort of cohesively, and I would argue, intelligently promotes a pathway to licensure for a specific profession. So, in the end, I think some key questions you should be asking yourselves as representatives of various state boards is, have you reviewed your state licensing framework closely? By that, I mean, really, have you given it a critical eye and gone through and read word for word to see, are there ways to simplify your state's system, right? How does it align with CLARB's uniform standard? As we said, by standardizing the rules in one state with those of others with respect to a particular profession, this is going to promote equity and it's going to promote greater access and fairness with respect to the profession. And so going through and saying, okay, our state law might include, state-specific requirements. How necessary are those? And is that sort of necessity outweighed perhaps by the standardization and ensuring mobility of equally qualified landscape architects across jurisdictions? This all ties back, again, going back to starting from the top with the federal, administrative and executive order type considerations where we want to think about, line by line, requirement by requirement, how necessary, how reasonable, and how useful are these specific licensing requirements? If they are not, can they be simplified or eliminated without sacrificing the states and the state board's prerogative to protect the public's health, safety, and welfare? Going line by line can be challenging, but when you stop and think about it holistically, doing the work with respect to promoting a uniform standard is oftentimes going to be easier to administer than a watered down universal licensing bill that tries to basically fit a round peg into a square hole. So to that end, that's really where CLARB, through their excellent work, has, and with the work of many of their partners, has proposed a uniform licensing standard that really seeks to set up the landscape architecture profession in a way to get ahead of the curve or get ahead of the trend that some sort of deregulatory efforts are trying to push forward, and competing forces on professional regulation. This is by no means going to be as articulate as if you were to go through and really mellow with CLARB's uniform licensing standard. But if we were trying to really simplify it and at its most basic, explain it to others, I at least see the uniform licensing standard as, having 4-ish pathways to licensure. First, you've got, your sort of traditional candidate, somebody with a degree from an accredited institution, and that degree is in landscape architecture. They pass the 2 years of experience, they pass the LARE, they obtain licensure. You sort of call that your traditional pathway to licensure. And then, 2 and 3, we've got sort of 2 alternative education models, right? On the one hand, you've got someone with an approved educational background who got a landscape architecture degree, but it's not from an accredited program. If this person also, meets the requirements for that alternative education, they have their 2 years of experience on top of whatever was required, and they pass the LARE, they too move forward in terms of initial licensure. The third option, again, another alternative education pathway, talks about someone who maybe has a degree in some other subject, but through that degree combined with, experience, in addition to whatever experience metrics they would otherwise need to meet, doing this and passing the LARE also sets them up for initial licensure. And then finally, you get to the fourth pathway here, reciprocal licensure, which generally, arises when you have somebody who has a license in good standing elsewhere. So that is definitely oversimplified a bit, but I wanted to go through, these sort of 4 pathways to tee up what, we did a little bit of research and tried to see where states are, right, in terms of going in and being able to adopt CLARB's uniform licensing standard. So we looked at 5 questions, and I'm going to talk about them over the course of 2 slides. From our part, when CLARB was thinking about the development of the uniform licensing standard, one thing we did at Venable was to review the licensing laws and regulations of all of your jurisdictions. And so this was a very large undertaking, but we tried to ask, 5 discrete questions. And we looked at how the uniform standard and how those pathways would align, or how closely they would align with state licensing laws and regulations as currently written. And what we generally found was that in most cases, for most questions, at least some changes would be required to bring a state's licensing law into full alignment with the uniform standard. What you'll see, in these charts is that, sometimes it's shown in blue, no changes were needed, but that, was definitely the minority of times. The orange bars will reflect, the number of instances where regulatory changes were needed. And sometimes it's a combination of statutory and regulatory changes that were needed, and that's shown in blue. So this first column looked at the traditional pathway for licensure. As you remember, I just said it was the landscape architect's degree, accredited, et cetera, et cetera. And we asked, in how many cases would a state that is going to permit an applicant to be licensed in this manner, how many of these states would require to make adjustments to their laws just for that one piece? And this is probably, I think, the most positive results were found here is that by and large, almost all states, the statutory frameworks already were set up to allow the uniform standard version of the traditional licensure pathway. Maybe, the regulations need some tweaks, and that's why the orange column is so high here. But, we took a fairly conservative approach in seeing, what is the state by state. This is not to say that all 40 jurisdictions absolutely must make regulatory changes to adopt CLARB's version of the traditional licensure pathway, but, it'd be food for thought. That's something you can, think about. And the second, middle set of data points, what we were looking at here was the results of whether a state required an alternative education pathway applicant to have the necessary number of combined years of experience. And so comparing this to the question that we just asked, you can see that the gray column is significantly higher, that 33 states would require either statutory changes alone or some combination of statutory and regulatory changes in order to implement, the alternative education pathway to licensure as envisioned in the uniform standard. Oftentimes that's because there is a narrowly written provision in the statute that talks about the connection between the educational and the experience requirements. But we'll talk a little bit more in a moment about, how exactly we were reading the statutory and regulatory regimes to answer these questions. In the third column here, just for the sake of completeness, you can see the results from the question of whether for reciprocal licensure applicants, states allowed proof of existing licensure in good standing alone in lieu of submitting proof of the education, experience, and examination requirements, or did states impose additional requirements for reciprocity? I think this is fairly interesting because, the uniform standard really is trying to simplify reciprocal licensure by saying we're looking at one metric. Are you licensed in good standing in another jurisdiction, in the US in another jurisdiction that would be sufficient to be credentialed in this one particular state? But a lot of times we see that in the regulations, there's this additional component of, okay, yes, you're licensed in good standing, comma, and you give us proof of these other things. And so that's that piece that we were looking for is, how can we simplify the reciprocal licensing framework in various states to really speak to just the simple question asked by CLARB's uniform licensing standard of, are you licensed in good standing in another jurisdiction? Hard stop without having to go through all of these other kind of state-specific or, educational experience kind of specific metrics of proof. The last two questions that we looked at focused a little bit more closely on the experience issues. And so the first set of data points asks for, again, in the traditional pathway to initial licensure applicants, the question asks, does a state require the applicant to have completed 2 years of experience beyond their schooling? And so this was sort of a mixed bag. Some states, did not marry the education requirements with experience. About half of the states did, but a little bit less than half, really, if you consider just the 21 states where no changes would be required. But if you think about where regulatory changes or where statutory and regulatory changes would be required, what it was showing really was that there was a lot of interconnection between how states' statutes talk about the experience requirements in relation to the educational requirements. And so, food for thought will be, when you go back to your boards, can we ferret these out? Can we separate them a little bit? Can we pull at the threads and make sure that the requirements sort of stand on their own, at least in terms of the statutory or regulatory framework, so that we can be a little bit more fluid with meeting the licensure standards, the uniform licensing standards. So how, next slide. How would you take this back? So obviously this is an incredibly high level view of just generally what we saw with the various states. I think the homework really is for understanding how your state's licensing law interacts with the regulations and reading it closely again to see how all these pieces fit together. Yes, statutes and regulations both have the force of law, but your regulations can never exceed the scope of what your statute authorizes. Sometimes, though, there are going to be, gaps, or there will be silence in a statute, and that may give you enough room to say, okay, the statute itself doesn't preclude these, adjustments to be made through regulations to meet the uniform licensing standards, but you've got to go through and really understand, how the law and regulations come together to kind of comprehensively give, the picture of how do you adopt the uniform licensing standard. I know I want to leave time for questions if there have been any submitted, but at the end of the day, what we're taking away is that there are significant competing pressures to deregulate professional licensure pathways. But if you can get out ahead of those trends by, thinking and adopting these procedures to standardize licensure for landscape architects across states, you'll better position your board, to be able to, get to a point where you say, there's rigor for a reason, to borrow from March's presentation earlier. There's a reason why landscape architects should have these credentials or should have these requirements for licensure. Let's not bring it all the way down in a way that, does us a disservice. And so you're really better able to argue that if your licensing structure already facilitates that interstate mobility. And so thinking about how to adopt the uniform licensing standard now will absolutely better position your board, to advocate for your specific licensing framework if and when the time comes that you need to kind of curtail a universal licensing proposal within your borders. So with that, I'm not sure if any questions came in, Veronica.
Yeah, thank you, Christina. That was very helpful information. There have been a couple of questions that have come in, and maybe I can help try to answer some of them too. Someone asked specifically about how would a non-accredited degree apply for someone who received their education in another country or outside of the United States. And I'll just mention that within the uniform standard, it looks to the LAAB or LAAC accredited degree or its international equivalent. So we have tried to build in there, the flexibility within the standard to recognize, degrees earned outside of the US and Canada. Another question, and Christine, would there be anything you'd add to that?
No, I think that's exactly right, that the uniform standard, includes that language or their international equivalent. And so that definitely gives a lot of flexibility, to address foreign credentialed or foreign educated landscape architects.
Thank you. Thank you. Another question that came in, what are the parameters for work experience under a licensed landscape architect? How will work experience be measured against an accredited program? Will they be required to pass the LARE? Members of our chapter have asked similar questions about the uniform standard.
So I think that sort of seems to me to be more, I guess, in the uniform standard. I'm not sure if that's going to get discussed, Veronica.
Yeah, and Zach will provide a bit more detail around the uniform standard later. But just to answer the question, the parameters for how work experience is evaluated, there was an intentional amount of flexibility left in the uniform standard. So when we look at, we'll just use the accredited degree path as an example. If you have an accredited degree in landscape architecture and you've had 2 years of experience in the regulated practice of landscape architecture and you've passed the exam, the way that 2 years of work experience would be evaluated has really been left to the state to determine. There are various reasons for, some jurisdictions provide a lot of specificity about what they're looking for within that experience requirement. And others have a more flexible approach because of their unique circumstances. So we were very, very intentional in providing flexibility in this standard. To get to the question about will applicants be required to pass the LARE, regardless of the path that someone takes in order to achieve meeting the uniform standard, every pathway requires that you pass the exam. So there wouldn't be a path where someone would be not required to take the LARE in order to qualify for licensure. It's just the education and experience buckets kind of shift a bit. So if it's not the accredited degree, additional experience is required to kind of fill that gap. So that is kind of how that's being addressed. And again, we will provide a little more detail on the specificity of the uniform standard in each pathway later on in the presentation. But I have us at time. Christina, thank you so very much for being with us today, and just appreciate you taking the time to share the work that Venable's done to help us kind of understand the landscape of the current licensing laws across the country, and sharing all of that great information with us.
Great. Thanks, Veronica.
Thanks. And now I am very pleased to introduce our last speaker in this segment of our program, Greg Duckworth, ASLA and former South Carolina representative, where he served from 2014 to 2018. Throughout Greg's 36+ year professional career, he has demonstrated the importance of having both his community and the profession, from volunteering in his state chapter and contributing his firm's time in local service projects, to serving as a Scoutmaster in the Boy Scouts of America, to working for his community as an elected official at the local and state levels. For Greg, the practice of landscape architecture has been synonymous with service, and he's going to spend some time today sharing what legislators want and need to know as we plan for engaging on issues related to landscape architecture licensure. Greg, thank you for being here with us and sharing your knowledge and expertise today.
Glad to be here with you, Veronica. Thank you.
Sorry, just wanted to ask if you could provide a little bit of history and background and how you became interested in serving in politics and ultimately in the state legislature.
Absolutely. True story. I was leaving my house one morning, kind of early. I was pulling out of my driveway, and a couple of neighbors were literally standing in the street in their pajamas, getting their newspapers, and they flagged me down. They said, "Hey, Greg," waving me down. And so I rolled down my window and they said, "Greg, have you ever thought about running for city council before?" And I said, "Well, no, not really." And they said, "Well, you should think about that." So being polite, I said, "Sure, I'll think about that." I hit my window and I was on my way to work to never think about that again. Well, lo and behold, that very same day, I started getting calls from various people in the community saying, "Hey, Greg, I hear there's a certain landscape architect that's thinking about running for city council." And so 3 terms on city council, 2 terms in the state house. And here I am talking to you today. I wanted to say there's a takeaway from that experience is, and people say you get out of things what you put into them. And I will say that I would like to think that my tenure as a policymaker lended to the places that I live, but also I feel like the experience helped make me a better person and a better landscape architect.
Well, speaking of landscape architecture, in your time in service, how were you able to help advance the mission of landscape architects?
Well, I will say for me, it was a grassroots type of thing, whether it be speaking with the public or potentially my elected peers. I would always try my best to interject wise counsel where I felt it was appropriate in the course of my job. Of course, this is jokingly, but the number one message for us as landscape architects is we're not landscapers. But seriously, many of you on this webinar right now will probably agree that we may be a natural shoe-in for the types of things, important decisions that need to be made in the development-oriented world that we typically are addressing with policymakers. And it makes sense to me that maybe more landscape architects might take an active role in various, community boards, things like that. I think that would be appropriate. They say if you're not sitting at the table, you might be on the menu. So I think that's a relevant topic for today, that we're involved. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right, I just wanted to make sure. I've been having some technical difficulties. Anyway, I digress. Getting back to the presentation itself, engaging with legislators and what they want and maybe need to know. Well, I think the important message here, at least from where I was as an experience, is they need to hear how they can help you, number one, and they need to hear your message in a quick and clear fashion. And in context with the meeting, you need to plan on using the most effective tools that are maybe at your disposal for that particular meeting, be it you're meeting them on the fly in the lobby of the Capitol building, maybe you're meeting them at their office building, maybe it's on a Zoom call like this. Whatever it is, structure your materials appropriately to make sure that you're making a lasting impression on that particular situation.
Well, Greg, what about relationships and why is it so important to engage in the political process?
You know, forming new relationships can be fun and exciting, but don't make it extra.
Looks like we may have lost Greg. We'll give him just a minute to see if he gets logged back in. Apologies. Please bear with us for a moment.
Hey,
Greg, is that
Veronica?
you? Yes.
It's me. I had preemptively had my phone on speed dial because I knew I was having some challenges with my technology. So can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we hear you great. And just
I'm so sorry about that.
no worries, no worries. Thank you for having the plan B readily available. So we were talking about what about relationships and why it's important to engage in the political process?
Okay, thank you for kind of putting me back in focus. If you don't mind, could you tell me exactly what you last heard me say?
Oh gosh. Well, you were talking about how forming new relationships can be fun and exciting, but not making it extra exciting by waiting to form, the relationships you may really need.
Okay, perfect. Okay, my next point on that particular comment might be that once you've built your relationships, it's important that you keep them up. I'm not seeing the presentation anymore, but many chapters, including ours in South Carolina, we make regular annual visits to our state house, and it seems to be now something that people look forward to, not only on our side of the table, but those maybe at the Capitol too. Once you're there, I was going to just say, don't dilute your message, and whatever you do, don't show up at a policymaker's office with your politics. It'll only serve to damage your message, and that's at the very least, and it could potentially derail your mission, as well as to serve to cancel out your legislators' much needed support. So to reinforce this, what do? You keep your politics out of your message. Don't let politics or any potential political emotions cloud while you're there or what you're supposed to be doing. Understand that, many legislators have a pretty busy calendar. So show up and be prepared, and please keep it focused on what we as landscape architects are doing. Why are we there? We're licensed design professionals. We're project team leaders. We're educators, for example. Go ahead, be all that you can be outside of the professional arena. But while you're doing what you're doing in this context, keep it focused and keep it professional when engaging with your policymakers. You'll not only serve your professional society and your fellow landscape architects, but you're going to avoid future damage by doing so.
Thanks, Greg. In keeping with the landscape architecture licensure message, focused and from your perspective as a former legislator, what information do legislators need to better understand the profession and why landscape architecture needs to be licensed?
Yes, that's a good one. And I believe Marta and Christina have to some extent touched on this a bit earlier, but, landscape architects need to maintain the message, be it from chapter to chapter or state to state. It must be about our profession and licensure. It's all about public health, safety, and welfare. And, don't allow mixed messages to sideline what we are doing as a society. That would be my best way to communicate that one.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What recommendations do you have for ways that landscape architects can talk about the profession and licensure of landscape architects with legislators who are kind of opposed to maybe all licensure or really focused on deregulation?
Right. I look at it this way, maybe as, maybe a little inside baseball. A policymaker with this type of mentality that's made it all the way to this particular position in the political process, you have to imagine they certainly have some sense of reality. But in many cases, that particular person that may be against it either chooses not to face reality, probably unlikely, but maybe it's fair to say that it's political grandstanding, or maybe it's a political favor. And that's the choice that they've made. And we should respect that, of course, but at the same time, in this instance, sometimes the easiest way to do this is just to go around that person with others as a more effective path, because most policymakers, clearly aren't nearsighted, and they see the bigger picture and they understand what the mission is that most people in our roles as, licensed professionals have. And they're going to support that, and I guess the short moral to that story, or this story, is to, choose your champions wisely and choose your battles too.
That's great advice.
Mm-hmm.
What are the most effective ways for the profession to educate elected officials, or what have you seen be effective in your career?
Yeah, I'd say for me, just a one-on-one, face-to-face is the most effective, because you're reaching out, you're touching someone, you have their undivided attention, be it face-to-face, written, maybe it's an AV type presentation, regardless, just maintain a consistent message across the board with all those folks that you're reaching out to. And again, I hate to beat the horse to death, but, we must maintain a consistent message of, why are we here talking to you? It's about our profession. It's about licensure. Don't allow any mixed messages to sideline what we're trying to do, nor our professional society's mission. And as I can only hope on the presentation side there on the Zoom call that, we as a chapter in South Carolina had prepared a pretty neat little AV piece a number of years ago that was used not only as a PBS type spot, on the air, but then there were a few other longer AV presentations that did a great job of telling the story of what landscape architects did in a very kind of thoughtful and thought-evoking way. And maybe at some point in the future, I can share that with you all. So.
Great. Yeah, we would really appreciate that. Would you be willing to share some personal stories of your experience and examples of effective advocacy?
Yeah, I'll do one just to not go too crazy on sidelines here, but when I was a newly minted legislator, I was in our state house office complex, not in the Capitol building itself. And in that building, there's a cafeteria, and our chapter happened to be up there. It was State Advocacy Day for landscape architecture, and our leadership was gathered around the table, and we were all just sitting there finishing lunch and talking about, well, what are we going to do? How are we going to do it? And I explained to him pretty much the message I'm, conveying to you right now is, let's focus on landscape architecture and licensure and, why it is important that we remain licensed. And just by chance, there were other legislators still in the room. It was kind of dwindling as the lunch crowd moved out. But one of the older, seasoned legislators who knew me and I guess was overhearing our conversation, he kind of spoke up and said, "Hey, you guys really need to listen to what Greg's saying there, because that is the key to success." So, you know, having a seasoned, state house member, kind of, he didn't have to do it, but he spoke up to our group and said, "Hey, you need to really keep your message clear and, not try to be something else." That resonated well, not only for me making sure that I was sending the right message to my group, but I think it hit home with our group too.
Yeah, that's great. This past year, there was a deregulation bill introduced in South Carolina. How were you able to help the chapter advocate against this bill? And can you share with us the messaging that you used that was effective?
I'd be glad to. I think back my first trip up there to Columbia as a landscape architect on our chapter, executive committee, and we had faced a similar situation, not necessarily at deregulation, but some sunset licensure language stuff happening back then. And I remember sitting in a senator's office talking about, what we as landscape architects did. And just by pure chance, that particular senator was a dentist, so he was a licensed professional. He totally didn't need to, have the whole dog and pony show, but he got it. And that trip there really was interesting in the fact that we as a group got to see firsthand and up close and personal what a senator was thinking. And of course, we were eternally grateful for his support. But then flash forward to this year, I had already formed numerous, friends and relationships, connections through my time in the legislature up there. And when I got the phone call, "Hey, Greg, we've got this problem," I immediately already know I only need to make one call. I knew who I needed to call, what committee it was, and everything to basically just shut the whole thing down. But it sounds easier once you've been on the inside. So, but for me in that particular instance, it was just a simple phone call. And I'd like to tell you that it was some secret sauce that I put on it and some special language that I put a whammy on it, but it wasn't. It was just, again, it was about the relationships. And it goes back to what I was mentioning earlier about forming those relationships and keeping them. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And thank you, for your efforts and for all your service and your ability to help educate, at least in South Carolina, on the need for landscape architecture licensure. Before we break, we have a few minutes for questions. So just want to remind everybody that if you have questions for Greg, you can type those into the Q&A and I will share those with him. Greg, just to start us off, how can landscape architects begin to develop long-term relationships with elected officials, especially if they've maybe never engaged in that way before?
Yeah. Well, educate yourself, learn. It might be as simple as, have you ever been to your capital before? Have you ever picked up the phone and contacted the field office for your representative or your senator, be it at the state or the national level? Make it a hobby to follow a little bit about politics, but get in front of these people. And maybe it's not the same as it is here in South Carolina for everybody, but get yourself in front of those people and have those conversations. And before you know it, you've built some friendships and some relationships that are going to matter when it's needed most.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have any examples of what maybe someone who's trying to educate a policymaker shouldn't do?
Well, I mean, it's kind of the opposite of what I've been preaching. Don't come there asking for some important solution. I'm trying to think. We had a bill come before us that had to do with the medical care of podiatry versus the specialty of the ankle, for example. Don't come in there if your message is a certain topic about podiatry, for example, and then confuse the issue with the next piece of the anatomy right up the leg. If that's not what your message is, you got to maintain that function of consistency, because without it, you're going to lose your audience in a hurry. And that in that particular instance, it became a problem for that group because they didn't stay on message. So
Great, thank you.
mhm.
Any bad experience with advocates that you would be willing to share with us?
Well, trying to think of a specific instance. I guess just as a general comment, I would say, that the political process is probably not the best place to allow, outside special interest groups to hijack a message. We just keep our, in our specific instance here of what we're talking about with licensure, with ASLA and CLARB, keep it on message. Just don't let any fringe special interest things reroute what we're trying to achieve. So.
Great, thank you. And last, what was your favorite thing about being a legislator, or what was your favorite experience in that role?
Oh my, there's just so many experiences, and whether it's being a legislator or some other, type of elected position, I would say my favorite thing has been just, there was a World War II guy, a vet, that was struggling. His wife had just passed away, and he needed help, with VA kind of stuff, Veterans Administration stuff. And being able to help somebody in need like that, I think was the most rewarding part of the experience for me.
Great. And another question that just came in, any thoughts on how to entice chapter members to participate in Advocacy Day? Maybe the fear of the experience might keep people away?
Yeah, understood. Yeah, I mean, you've read where people would rather die than have public speaking. Maybe as you bring on maybe up and coming opportunities with new chapter leadership roles, you don't overwhelm them immediately with the most important speaking role, but rather allow them to do some one-on-one things until they get their chops. But for us as a chapter here in South Carolina, the state capital in every state isn't convenient for everybody. So you got to go out of your way to go out of town, potentially even spending the night if it's a long drive for you, of course. But, making it more than just, I'm going to call it the grind of going office to office or what have you to meet with people, but make it fun too. You guys have a social time either before, during, or after the programs, and you're eating at a nice restaurant. You're going and catching a movie. Maybe you're in a place where there's a professional ball team or something. You go catch a game if it works out. Just make it something more than just that particular thing, and maybe even invite your elected official to join in on one or two of those things that made sense and build that relationship even further. Yeah,
those are great suggestions. Final question, I promise.
You're fine.
This is maybe a flip on some of the things that we've talked about. Should you ever ask a legislator what can we do for you? Maybe in terms of advocacy. So kind of flipping it rather, here's what we need from you. What can we do for them?
I think you could. Every situation could be unique, but I could see where what we're going there asking for might dovetail nicely with some other thing that's happening at the exact same time at that particular state house, for example. So yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense, because you never know. You absolutely do never know what a particular person is working towards, because let's face it, when you're trying to get a bill through and get it passed, it's never an easy task, from an introduction through subcommittees to committees to the floor, of the House and the Senate, and ratification with the governor. All those things take a lot more time than you can imagine. So there sometimes are a lot of different unique opportunities woven into that fabric that could potentially lead to you championing something else at the exact same time that would help both parties, as long as it's mutually beneficial and you feel good about it.
Well, I guess maybe I fibbed to you, Greg, because we've had a couple of people ask this question. So I feel like I should get this one in before we go to break.
Please.
If someone is interested in becoming an elected official, what do you recommend as first steps? Like how would someone get involved at the local level? How would they start?
Right. I would advise this, and mind you, I don't think it's necessary that you have to take the same path that myself or anyone else has taken. But for example, I was the reluctant policymaker. I didn't sign up and go to school and, study and then I'm going to be a senator when I grew up. That was the furthest thing from my mind. I never planned on doing any of that. But I've seen others, once I was elected, that would show up. For example, when I was on city council, they would show up to the meetings. Now, they'd never done it that I could tell until they got interested, but they started showing up to the meetings and kind of getting tuned into what was happening, so that, when they got on the campaign trail, that they were at least informed with what's going on. And that would be my advice to anybody that was interested is, you don't have to be an elected official to show up to your city council meeting or, go sit in the audience at the State House, for example, in the gallery. But, those are the sorts of things that might make sense. Or, if you don't want to drive all the way there, many of these things are now televised. So, and then slowly, get your name out there, potentially start with your neighbors, grassroots, get out there and start communicating your desire and see if you can build a coalition.
Thank you so much, and for being willing to spend a little extra time with us today, Greg. We really appreciate you being here.
Well, and it's been my pleasure, and thank you for allowing me to join you, and good luck with the rest of your program today.
Thanks so much. All
Bye-bye
right.
now.
Bye-bye. Okay, it is 2:48. We will break until 3:00. And we'll look forward to seeing you back in 12 minutes. Thank you.
3:00 Eastern.
Yes, apologies. 3:00 Eastern. All right. We are now ready to begin the second segment of our event today. So at this time, I'd like to hand it over to Zach Druga.
Hi, everyone, and thanks, Veronica. My name is Zach Druga. I'm CLARB's Manager of Government Affairs and Advocacy, in case there's some folks on here that I haven't had the opportunity to meet or work with. And I'm CLARB's kind of staff lead for the Uniform Standard, which is convenient because this is the Uniform Standard focus session. We have a great session set up for you all today. So before we dive in, just real quick, I'll kind of go over the flow of the session. First off, just real quick, real quick, just a little high-level overview and background on the standard, why and how it was developed and what's in it, just in case there's some new folks on the call, not as familiar or maybe kind of joining late and didn't get to see the full presentation so far because it was mentioned a little bit earlier. So again, I will be very brief. Then the second section, we have a wonderful panel for everyone today. We have 4 great panelists from the architecture and landscape architecture communities that are going to share their experiences moving towards or adopting CLARB's uniform standard, as well as kind of share 4 kind of unique approaches to implementing or adopting the standard. Hopefully, when you were registering, you all had the opportunity to pre-select a breakout that you either wanted to learn more about or made sense for your particular jurisdiction. And then we will move into the breakout section there. So you will get opportunity again. You can ask some questions to your panelists for your particular approach, share what resonated, but the key kind of outcome we're looking for from the breakouts is working on kind of key messaging you can take back to your jurisdiction to kind of get the ball rolling and move towards implementing or adopting CLARB's uniform standard. So with that kind of brief overview there, let's dive into kind of the background on the uniform standard. Something internally we have at CLARB we call rethink regulation. So there's kind of 4, key buckets or policy areas we look to address. The policy bucket, process, procedural, service. I won't go into kind of all of them, but the policy bucket there is what the uniform standard was developed out of. So you can see the goal there, addressing inconsistency, the varying licensure requirements throughout CLARB's jurisdiction. We had 50 some different, licensure requirements and ways of licensing the profession. So again, the uniform standard was developed to address that kind of issue across our membership. So why the uniform standard? You can see kind of, 4 key areas here. I just talked about the first one here, again, achieving consistent requirements across jurisdictions, improving mobility for the profession by having uniform requirements. Again, something that certainly benefits licensees as well as addresses a lot of kind of key concerns from the occupational and professional licensing reform efforts we've seen across the US and Canada, as well as provide for increased equity and to promote diversity in the profession. We'll have a panelist speak to this one here shortly. As well as increased defensibility of the licensure requirements. Again, you'll see kind of who CLARB worked with in developing the requirements as we kind of went down this road. Again, we heard a lot of, from CLARB members, why are these the requirements you have for landscape architecture? Well, is what the architects or the engineers had, so we just kind of copy and pasted. Again, CLARB wanted to focus solely on the landscape architecture profession to figure out what the defensible licensure requirements were for this profession. Some of the key elements of our defensible uniform standard, inclusive education pathways. The uniform standard does codify alternative pathways to licensure. That was something our work group found important, as well as justifiable experience requirements. Again, what makes the most sense for the landscape architect profession. As well as accessible licensure examination. So again, the LARE is always required for any pathway under the uniform standard. CLARB has moved to remote proctoring to increase accessibility, as well as just complete our most recent job task analysis to make sure the LARE remains defensible and current. So some of the key data and inputs CLARB considered and used in developing the standard. You heard, if you were able to join from the beginning, you heard Tori and Matt, our respective CEOs, talk about how ASLA was heavily involved in developing the standard, including their licensure committee, as well as inputs from CLARB, which is the educators in landscape architecture. We certainly did a deep dive into the requirements for our related design disciplines, architecture and engineering. So again, making sure we don't do anything that strives too far from our related design disciplines, but also get some input from our related disciplines. We also looked at years of experience and demonstrations of competency, as well as surveyed the profession, get some feedback and input from them on what their experience was and when they felt comfortable to practice. And then again, here is just kind of all the pathways laid out in the uniform standard. Not going to spend too much time on this, but you can see at the top there's the accredited degree pathway, needing the fewest number of years of experience, 2 years of experience based out of that 8-year total. And then kind of next up is non-accredited education in landscape architecture, then education outside landscape architecture, and then all the way at the bottom there would be the no post-secondary degree or kind of experience only pathway, needing the most years of experience. And then real quick on this map here, the dark green are jurisdictions that have adopted the uniform standard. We're just a little bit over a year since we adopted it as a CLARB membership, so we're really excited at the progress we've made. You can see the light green jurisdictions there we're working with. You know, at some level, some are towards the end of adopting and some are just at the very beginning of starting this process in the light green jurisdictions there. And then the yellow jurisdictions we have not started aligning with. So hopefully after you hear the panel and go through your breakout today, maybe we'll encourage or aspire a couple of the jurisdictions here that are yellow to either reach out to CLARB or ASLA and begin the work towards adopting these standards. So as I promised, very brief overview. Want to get to the panel. As I mentioned, we have 4 great panelists with us today to share their experience with moving towards adoption or adopting the uniform standard. So first up, we have Bryce Olberding, a landscape architect and a board member for the Idaho Board of Architects and Landscape Architects, a recently merged board there in Idaho. So Bryce is going through a lot of other things outside the uniform standard that I think are going to be really pertinent to both memberships. So we're really excited to have Bryce on the panel today. Then we're also joined by Katie Wilson, an architect and president of the Wyoming Board of Architecture and Landscape Architecture, one of the green jurisdictions on that previous map there. So we're excited to have Katie share her experience and kind of the rationale from the architect profession and why they wanted to move towards adopting national standards for their profession as well. So certainly glad to have Katie. As well as Jen Wagner, a landscape architect and board member for the North Carolina Board of Landscape Architects. They were a light green jurisdiction, so they're kind of right in the middle of working towards adopting the uniform standard. And she's going to be able to kind of give the perspective around diversity and kind of growing the profession was North Carolina's approach there. So glad to have Jen speak on that. As well as Leanne McNally, a landscape architect and board member with the Alabama Board of Landscape Architects. Alabama has been kind of a hotbed lately, some legislation looking at restructuring their licensing department. There was an executive order, upcoming sunset review. So again, a lot of things our members are facing or regularly face. So we're certainly glad to have Leanne join us and kind of share the experience of responding to a lot of different things and finding the uniform standard is a good solution for that. So with that, we will kick off the panel session. And again, first off, Bryce, glad to have you on today. Sharing your experience here. I know you've been very busy in Idaho. So, kind of stop talking, hand it off to you if you want to kind of share some of your experience there on how the uniform standard helps you clean up your regulations and statutes for clarity, mobility, and uniformity in the state of Idaho.
Well, thank you, Zach. I appreciate, as you guys saw from the map, Idaho is one of the light green states, so we've certainly started into the process. It's obviously going to be a long process. We have both regulatory and statutory changes that'll have to happen in order to actually get it all the way implemented into the cleaning up. And also, as Zach had said, we're going through a 3-part process. The first of it was Idaho did combine boards for landscape architects and architects, which I got to admit, at first I was a little bit leery, and most landscape architects in the state were leery that the idea we would be, teamed up with architects and, they would be helping determine our licensing rules. and regulations was a little scary, but I come from a firm currently that's in multidisciplinary firm, and there's a lot of strength, I think, in combining the two disciplines. And so far we're about a year into this process, and I would say the multidisciplinary board approach is certainly one of the best things probably that could have even come for Idaho. I can talk about that more in the future, but the second part of it is once we combined up as a board, the state of Idaho by mandate has made all of the boards go through what they call a ZBR, a zero-based regulation. And in I guess back to the topic I'm on here for cleaning up regulations, the ZBR mandate was about as cleaning up as you can get. It's essentially taking all of the rules that govern landscape architects and architects and throwing them all on the floor and looking at them and seeing what actually needs to be there and kind of piecing them one at a time back into what actually needs to be into the language. And I guess with that, it's not as much about removing any substance. In fact, it kind of gives us an opportunity to add more substance by, using reference to CLARB, for example, is one of the strong references that we can use. And in Idaho, our rules were about 3 pages long, and they could have been said the same amount in about maybe 7 or 8 sentences, in all honesty. And I guess with that also, we're not all the way through it yet. So everything I'm talking about is still currently in the process. We have a board meeting here in another week to kind of do a final review of where we're at for it. And I guess within that, part of the reference to CLARB in particular for Idaho is we don't really have a way to help determine somebody that's going through the alternative pathway. So the 8 years of experience, how do we count somebody's education towards their experience if they have a degree in engineering or art or non-accredited landscape architecture? So we're looking at ways that we can reference the CLARB uniform licensing standard so that we as a board of architects and landscape architects have something to kind of hang our hat on as, here's what the rest of the country is doing. And here's something that we could try to apply or use just by straight reference. It's obviously it's not exactly as straightforward as I'm maybe making it sound, because one of the other conflicts we also have in Idaho is we don't have an experience requirement. So by referencing the CLARB uniform standard, one of the other kind of hiccups that we'll have to work through is if you do have an accredited degree, we don't have a requirement for experience. So we can't directly reference it or some sort of change that'll, have to happen in the future as, part of the going on. I guess as Christina earlier, her presentation talked about, going through a word by word review of the rules, and that's right where Idaho is. And it was really good to get to hear what, she was describing as part of the process, as that's exactly what we're going through, and is the word by word review of, I guess, all the rules for the state of Idaho.
Excellent. Is there anything else you'd just kind of like to share your experience, because you're working so closely with the architects, with the licensing department, with all these new changes, has just kind of being proactive and being willing to engage with them, has that been well received? Is that something, you'd encourage other members to implement that approach as well?
Yeah, I go back to the point where we were a little bit leery in the state at first, but I would absolutely encourage the process. One of the biggest struggles I had as a new board member in Idaho was we had a 3-member board. So we had 2 landscape architects and 1 public member. So anytime I would try to learn anything as a new member, I couldn't really ask questions because I was a quorum within the state. Furthermore, we couldn't send 2 members to CLARB annual conference because we were a quorum and the state frowned upon it. So it was kind of like we had our hands tied with everything we did. And then once we've been able to kind of, combine with the architects, that whole quorum discussion went away. And I guess furthermore with it, because Idaho's rules and aren't really quite to the standard of what a lot of other states are. Our architects, however, do have more stringent standards. They do have experience requirements. They do have better paths for determining education, and they do have even like continuing education. So as a board as a whole, we've been able to kind of look, you know, when you got both rules side by side, you're like, okay, well, why don't you guys have that when we have it? Do we need it or do you need it? And it's kind of, I guess, more than anything, it's really opened the door for discussion to be able to bring things in, like having an experience requirement. Why, you know, that's one of the big ones in particular. And again, that one, the experience is a statutory change. So it's going to be further in the future in terms of how we can actually get that implemented. Definitely another challenge, but yeah, getting out there and starting the conversations is probably, you know, the biggest first step that we can take, even towards the, you know, the legislators, as Gregory had talked about, you know, making those conversations so that when the time does come, it's a lot easier, or, you know, maybe less friction to try to get some of those changes in place.
Excellent. Well said. We appreciate you sharing that insight, Bryce. And again, he'll stick around for the breakout one group there. So we'll keep kind of moving this panel along so we can make sure we save time for the breakouts. So next up, we're happy to have Katie Wilson join us. She's an architect and on the board in Wyoming there. And so I will kind of hand it off to Katie here to kind of share some of her thoughts there on why the board and why the architect profession wanted to move forward with aligning with national standards. Katie, are you on? Give it a second. Might be muted.
You were right. I was muted.
Oh, there we go. No problem.
I was
All right.
jumping right in and just going right along and happy to. I was just sharing all sorts of great information there, but helps when you guys
Hopefully
can hear
didn't forget anything. No.
No, I appreciate you guys having me here, and I'm happy to talk a little bit about what we've been going through here in Wyoming as far as is basically making some amendments to our Practice Act. And man, the first reason for us really even opening up our Practice Act and wanting to go in this direction is this attitude of there's no room for elitism in our profession. And as an architect, I can speak all day about the value that design adds to our lives, but I also fully recognize that we need all types in our profession. And we don't always need the star designer from the top design school. Sometimes we need folks that really can detail out a firewall correctly and really make sure that our paths of egress are in place. So as a regulator, my focus is the health, safety, and welfare of the public. And by no means are we watering down our requirements for earning your license. Competency must be demonstrated through extensive experience and through examination. But that being said, tuition at universities with accredited programs was a barrier for some folks, and allowing non-traditional pathways really removes that barrier. And if an individual is willing to, start their education at a community college or even as a draftsperson in a professional office, they're able to work their way through and earn that experience and be eligible to start examination to earn a license. So as we started this process, we were wary of just completely opening up our Practice Act for, the attitude of, well, if we open that up, are people that don't fully understand their profession but have been elected officials just going to rip things apart and blow up our Practice Act? So we were strategic about what sections we wanted to open up for revision. And during this process too, we really wanted to create a united front with our professional societies, so both ASLA and AIA. So we started to highlight areas that we'd like to see changes, and then we shared those with the professional societies saying, we'd like your feedback. This is what we're planning to do. Do you agree with these changes? Are there other revisions that you'd like to see? And our attitude here was really addressing all questions and all concerns and being a unified front before we started going in front of our legislature. So also a big part of this was reaching out to both CLARB and NCARB. So thank you, Zach, for all of your help in really helping us narrow down our talking points, seeing what kind of support was out there, taking our talking points and making sure that we had the correct information to back those up if we were asked for further information, as well as drafting a very, very positive support letter that we could share. So we're going through that. And then we also needed to find a sponsor. And here in our state, we are lucky enough to have an architect as a state senator out of Cheyenne. So we reached out to him and he was willing to help sponsor and had some advice to share on his own. And then another key part of that was really having a grassroots effort of reaching out to everyone that was on the committee, but then also encouraging, through our professional societies like AIA and ASLA, to be sure and reach out to their senator and representative. Our sponsor was kind enough to say, yes, he will politely listen to anyone who calls his office, but his constituents pull a lot more weight. So it was really important that we had people reach out just so that when the bill did go through, that the senators and representatives were aware, at least on a basic level, of what was about to go through. So I think that was a big help as well.
Excellent. Yep. And as you mentioned, you guys made a little change to your practice act there that has been passed and signed. A lot of our members on the call are going to need statutory and regulatory changes like that. So maybe you can just kind of talk about real quick where you're at in the process, because it doesn't end just as soon as that governor signs that piece of legislation, does it?
No, it does not. No, we passed the House and the Senate. We received the governor's signature, the law itself. So the amendments to our practice act will go into effect as of July 1st. However, now we are not done yet. The work continues as we are now modifying the rules of the board to adjust to allow for these changes. And the uniform standard that CLARB has put together has been incredibly helpful for that side of things. But we are not just the architect side. We're not following exactly the same rules, and we've been working our way through that of pros and cons, and we're in the process now of putting together what the matrix for architects is going to be in terms of your design degree versus or no degree, along with aligning with your years of experience, and of course in all cases examination.
Excellent. Well, we certainly appreciate you joining the panel and kind of sharing that perspective from one of our allied design disciplines, and appreciate you sticking around to work on the breakout group as well. I'll be joining you in that one. So kind of moving down the panel here, we have Jen Wagner, again, landscape architect from the North Carolina board. Similarly, they need statutory and regulatory changes. So I'll kind of hand it off to Jen here to kind of share some information around this advisory committee they set up, as well as kind of their kind of starting point there around kind of growing the profession and diversity within the landscape architecture profession.
Great. Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it. Glad to be here. And like you said, here in North Carolina, we are working toward uniform standards, but it's a bit of an uphill battle because we do have to overhaul our statutory and regulatory bylaws in the state legislation. So we do have some work to do. So why we felt like it was worth it is something I wanted to go through, and then, talk a little bit about that advisory committee that you mentioned, Zach. So, first, why we felt in North Carolina that it was worth moving toward the uniform standard. A few things. First of all, we've noticed that the demographics of licensees, both nationally and here in our state, don't reflect the demographics of our students, candidates, and population at large. In order to be a thriving profession with diverse perspectives, we feel as a board that encouraging diversity amongst our licensees is very important. Additionally, our state legislators have put pressure over the years on other licensed professionals because of the thought that they create barriers to people. And some in the legislature fall into the camp that believe most professions do not need to be licensed at all. We wanted to get ahead of that theme and try to show we are reducing barriers and promoting diversity in the profession. As a board, we've noticed that by approving alternative pathways to licensure, we can help address some of the equity issues and increase diversity in the licensees. For example, by accepting related degrees from community colleges along with experience and allowing for easier comedy from other states, we're working toward these goals of equity and inclusion. By making this more standardized, we believe it'll increase candidates and reduce the amount of special cases needed for board review. So that's sort of the why as to why we were willing to go there, and we thought it was important. How we're tackling it here in North Carolina is we have created a Uniform Standard Advisory Committee, and this is made up from a diverse group of licensees, candidates, and potential candidates. We wanted to create buy-in from this larger group, and we felt that if we had more input and more guidance, honestly, it would help us to approach this in a careful and considerate way. We didn't want to just push something through without everyone understanding why we were doing it and what we were doing. So we have created this committee, and we've been together for, I think we've had 4 meetings so far. We started in October, and we're expecting it to take probably a good year at least to kind of work through with this committee and get some guidance and some pathways forward with their input. Some things that we've been looking at with the committee. One thing that we've been doing consistently is really trying to keep NC ASLA, the state chapter of ASLA, engaged and understanding what's happening. So we've been going to those executive committee meetings for NC ASLA, and we make sure we have a liaison on the Uniform Standard Advisory Committee from NC ASLA, because we just want to get that messaging out there. We're talking with engineers and architects, our allied professionals. We want to know what they're doing, how they're feeling. Are they feeling some of the same pressures that we're feeling? And we're starting to discover that they are. They may not be as vocal about it, or they may not be moving forward as quickly as we may be, but they are aware of some of these pressures, and they are aware also of some of the issues with diversity in the professions. So we're trying to strengthen those relationships. We, in the past, had moved toward a Practice Act in the state. And so a lot of people are nervous about opening that, as Katie said, opening kind of that statute and having any other professions have an opportunity to question anything that we do here. So we're just being very careful, and we want to be able to move forward as a strong force that's united when we move forward to the legislature. And then the committee has been very interested in DEI and how the uniform standards overlap. And we also are interested in collecting more demographic data. We received some really interesting data from CLARB that was both at the national level and at the state, but it was limited. There was a small pool of candidates that it pulled the information from. So we want to get more. So we're looking right now at what we'll be asking for and how we'll get that information. That's our next step right now. So I can go into more detail about that, but that's kind of the big overview.
Excellent. Thanks, Jen. And then is there anything else, kind of maybe any other goals or anything the board's striving to accomplish there that the uniform standard can also accomplish, kind of looking at it not just through the DEI lens, but kind of, everything the uniform standard could accomplish?
Yeah, I think we have been really realizing how much it can improve, things from a DEI perspective. But certainly the uniform standard will make a lot of our reviewing of policies or reviewing of candidates a little bit more streamlined. Sometimes it feels a bit subjective as we're, looking at candidates and they don't quite fit into that box. And so having some more pathways that we can look at. We currently do have an alternative pathway that we can review as a board, but it has additional years of experience, and we currently, we're able to kind of mix and match different things, but I think it'll just make things a little bit more uniform. That's the name.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Jen. And then our final panelist, last but certainly not least, we have Leanne, a landscape architect from the Alabama board. As I mentioned, Alabama's been a little bit of a hotbed of activity. So I will, keeping time in mind, I will hand it off to Leanne to kind of talk about proactively responding to different reviews, legislation, executive orders coming out of the governor's office, and how the uniform standard can be an opportunity.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Zach. I appreciate the opportunity to kind of talk about this a little bit. I'd say a lot of people on this call have really come to our aid as a state this year. Just a little bit about our board is we are a standalone landscape architecture board. We have been since our establishment for our Title and Practice Act in 1976. We're a small board, but it does depend on us having really good relationships with the boards of our allied professions. So we always sit right next to the engineers. They go before us in our sunset reviews every 5 years, and there's some support there for the professions. So having those relationships that have been built has really helped us as we have faced some of the things that we have been facing this year. One of the things that came up in January was an executive order from our governor to establish a commission to study the efficiency of boards. And so this was looking at the idea of if any boards needed to be consolidated or eliminated, and how, proving your worth to the state. It was very beneficial to us, for a board that we had our sunset review just last year. We had, one, significant finding that was easy to address. And when we addressed that, we already, as a board, had been following the work of the CLARB uniform standard, and we were able to provide really good information to that efficiency study group, the commission study group, very quickly for them to go, oh, okay, it seems like y'all are on the right path. Maybe we consider some of these things as we look at other boards about how the Landscape Architecture Board is already looking at their national association for assistance in efficiency and making sure that their process is streamlined for licensure, because we are a very pro right to work state, but we want to make sure that our bar is kept and maintained. And so having the justification for the uniform standard behind that, they're very interested as the legislators we've been talking to and how that plays out. And then, of course, the justification and the validation behind that study and why the uniform standard was adopted by CLARB and is already being pursued in several states. The other hotbed issue that we had this year, right as session started in late winter, is we had a bill drop by a legislator who basically wanted to restructure how all boards operated and would take away the autonomy of several boards and us being able to serve our licensees and applicants throughout the state. So again, with that, we had a lot of information at our disposal. We had the good relationships with our allied professions to be able to all come together. Session is over. That did not move forward this year. It did not move forward very far in the process. I think a lot of people realized very quickly that wherever that came from, some of these legislators, everybody experiences that in their own states, that you really have no idea, what left field idea they were pulling from to be able to influence the legislation that they set up before committees. But we weren't prepared. We weren't aware that either one of those issues were going to come up, but we were prepared as a board and prepared to tap our resources and our other organizations like ASLA to help us, justify the existence of our board and protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public, which is why our board exists in the state. Ahead of that, just not being afraid to go out and talk to your legislators. I believe it was Greg that talked earlier, having experience on that legislative side of things, is we have, as a board, and our state chapter has been great advocates as well about showing up in Montgomery and making people aware of what landscape architects do and what our role is in the state and how we've benefited the state. And so having very similar messaging. We have a state that is very pro tourism and protection of natural resources, and talking about landscape architects' role in that has been a big message. And that in and of itself has helped us get sponsors for our legislation that we've had some tweaks over the past couple of years to our statutory. We had some statutory changes that we've had to make to clean up some loopholes and to clarify some work, that needed to be updated since 1976. And we look towards legislators. We have one in the state Senate right now that is a former accessibility compliance officer. She is very aware of the work of landscape architects, and she said, whatever you need, I'll be a sponsor, and let me know what else you have coming up. So we've taken those opportunities to let them know about the uniform standard. As a board, we did at our spring meeting, we approved that we were going to move forward with the study of the uniform standard for adoption in Alabama. And with that, we were able to speak at the Mississippi Alabama Twin States ASLA conference back in the spring and talk about the work of the Alabama State Board and CLARB, and bring forth the idea of the uniform standard and let them know that we would be garnering input and feedback on this as we move forward throughout the year, in hopes of preparing for introduction for some statutory changes in the next legislative session in 2024. So we've been meeting and talking with our chapter XCOM about how best to engage all of our licensees and everything right now. And so that work will be going on through the fall. So we're looking forward to hearing about what town hall meetings, how we garner that feedback so that we do get good input and make sure that we are on track for answering any questions, clarifying any preconceived notions that may be out there about the uniform standard and what changes it would really require for the state of Alabama. Of course, there's a few small tweaks here and there, but we don't have any massive changes. It's just anytime you say you're going to make changes to your legislation, people have a tendency to panic. So I've been speaking for a little bit, but it's exciting. We're obviously very excited as a board about what this will mean for us over the next year.
We're certainly excited too, and appreciate your experience and your perspective there, Leanne. Kind of sharing some of your kind of initial steps and planning as a board there, getting ready for hopefully some legislation in 24. So we certainly appreciate that. And then with that, we'll just kind of pause real quick, see if there's any questions for our panelists. I think we might have a couple, and then we'll head right off into the breakouts again. Breakout group 1, you'll have Bryce. Breakout 2, Jen. Breakout 2, Katie. Breakout 3, Jen, and then the 4th breakout, Leanne. So kind of first up for a question for the panelists. How did you decide to do this work with the uniform standard? Was it chapter driven, or how did it kind of take shape in your jurisdiction there?
I guess I'll go first. In Idaho, the reason that we, decided to try and implement as much as we can of the uniform standard was just out of necessity. Our rules were already being opened up and completely rewritten, so it was completely logical to add it in while the book was already open. I mean, it wasn't something that it happened to just be a timing. It didn't have as much to do with the fact that the uniform standard had just passed, but as much as kind of a state forced mandate as for why we decided it made the most sense at that time to kind of try to get it implemented in there.
Excellent. Thanks, Bryce.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if any of the other panelists had a thought on that question. But... All right.
I'd say for ours, it was from a standpoint that we were following the work of the uniform standard study and had people participate in different aspects of the discussion. So some opinions were changed just through following the process. And at the end of the process and the adoption of the uniform standard by the CLARB membership, as a board, we just decided it made sense. We could see some of these issues already coming up. And so that's how it has come to be for us.
Great point. It can either come from the board or the chapter, but ideally, ultimately we'll work, in concert together between the board and the chapter.
And I'll just add, for us, it was mostly driven by the board in North Carolina, and some of the former board members were pretty heavily involved in the process through CLARB, and so they were able to really explain the process to some of our to the newer board members, and we just kept that momentum going.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'll tag on that it was mainly board driven, but as soon as we opened it up or started discussions, I can't emphasize enough how our professional societies really jumped in and wanted to add their input. I'll also add that, the process went faster than expected. So that there is some good news out there as well. It's not this 5-year, doesn't have to be 5 years. It went quicker than we thought.
Knock on wood, your good luck spreads to some other jurisdictions, Katie. But I'm not seeing any other questions at the moment in the chat. So again, I want to, first and foremost, thank our panelists for taking the time, to share their experiences on their kind of 4 different approaches to moving forward with adopting the uniform standard or national standards. And then, so I want to make sure we have enough time for the breakouts to give you a chance to engage with your panelists, and again, kind of work on some key messaging that you all can take back to your jurisdictions to hopefully get the kind of ball rolling towards adoption of these uniform standards. So again, real quick, before we head to the breakouts, you can see the 4 groups there. And again, hopefully you had the option to pre-select when you were registering. If not, we've got some staff on to help send you to a breakout. But yeah, again, with that, I think we can head to the breakouts and begin our discussions.
All right. Looks like everybody's here. Zach, you want to take us into our report outs?
Sure. Hopefully everyone had a nice discussion in their breakout. I know we certainly did in group 2, so appreciated everyone participating. So again, we'll start with breakout 1, addressing cleaning up regulation statutes for clarity, uniformity, and mobility. So I'll kind of pause and let Bryce or whomever got the short straw there to kind of go through their group's thinking there.
Well, we didn't draw any straws, but I guess since I'm already speaking, I drew the short straw on this one. So we had kind of some general discussion around cleaning it up and, parts that I had experienced and had gone through, and questions. And to be honest, I don't have a lot of the answers for some of the ways about, the first one here was any lobbyist guidance used in Idaho. And we haven't had to go through that statutory cleanup yet where we open up statute. And so mostly everything regulatory wise from a rules perspective, I guess, you were there, Zach, in terms of some of our biggest help was, leaning on CLARB. I don't know how we would have even got as far as we have. Thank you, CLARB, for, Zach, and all your work on that for it. Lobbyist wise, the only terms of lobbyists that had come up within the state of Idaho were when we had some pushback about not wanting to combine boards. That was our biggest part. Was there was some fear about us joining with the architects and them and not having any control over regulating the practice of landscape architecture in Idaho. And there had been talk about finding a lobbyist to help, stop that from happening. And we didn't go down that route, but that was one of the things that we talked about there. Delicensing a concern. The delicensing is always a concern. And as I had mentioned, having John Mueller in the state, and one of my fellow coworkers, he comes from the previous generation that had almost lost licensure the last time that it had been opened up in statute. So there was always a lot of concern anytime that you open it up. And I think that'll always, be there for some. And I guess to learn from it and just be cautious and be as prepared as we can, I guess, is maybe the direction. But knowing that in order to move forward, it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable, and there's going to have to be some change that happens, and I guess could be seen as a partial risk to doing that. But definitely, in all progress, you have to push outside of your comfort zone. That's Yeah, that's why I'm actually part of this doing it. I'm trying to think. And we talked a little bit about the concern of that applicants aren't competent through the process and that things might get easier. And I think Mark Johnson out of Maine had, said that that's, why we're able to rely on CLARB building a strong LARE test and the job task analysis, strengthening it to make sure that we are able to, uphold that high level of standard as one of the legs of licensure. So that was kind of the general gist of our discussion. Bradley, I don't know if you have anything else you want to add to that from what you had heard.
I think what I would add would be just the note here about more powerful, stronger together when you're needing and having to potentially partner with other professional stakeholders. You mentioned you're all in Idaho, combined board with the architects. So there's a natural partnership there, a respectful partnership. But then you also mentioned, your experience there in Idaho is that the executive order applied to all boards, right? So it's not a target specifically on landscape architects, but it's every profession and occupation having to address the requirements from the executive branch. So that can alleviate some of those concerns about having to clean up regulations and statutes when you're dealing with that type of a political environment. But again, I think it was even mentioned somewhere else, right? Again, during our conversation, having combined boards can be a benefit and, can be helpful for the profession when potentially there's conversations and discussions about eventually opening up the regulations and the statutes to implement the uniform standard.
Yeah, I guess the pigtail on that too. I was one that was a little leery with the combined board, but now that I've seen, in this first year of kind of how it's worked out, I would recommend that if any state was looking at it, that to me, as long as you can have good relationship with the people on the board and have a good connection there, it's only a benefit to having more. It's like, wanting to solve a problem on your own versus having a group of, smart people to help you solve the problem. And yeah, I would be 100% for it if anybody asked my opinion on a combined board at this point.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, for our the knowledge of our attendees here, they're like 37, 38, maybe it's 39 now. I forget, with all the legislation that we've seen this year, of states that have combined boards. And, internally with CLARB and our staff here at ASLA, we like to say that, opening up the regulations and the statutes, it gives our profession an opportunity to become leaders in this area of occupational licensure. We are allowed to, essentially challenge other professions. And if you're on a combined board, you're potentially challenging the architects or the engineers or surveyors, interior designers, to really justify what their requirements are when they push back on what we're suggesting our requirements should be for licensing. So we can take a leadership position, and and I think that's good for the profession.
Yeah, absolutely. Back to the point, I think it was Gregory made the statement of, if you're not sitting at the table, you might be on the menu. If we're not there pushing to get the standard and the strength built and the relationships, you're just waiting for to be challenged, and then you don't have any basis for it, and you're kind of playing off your heels rather than taking a proactive approach to it.
Excellent. Well, sounds like you guys certainly had a robust discussion in your group. I think we'll move on to group 2. We also didn't give a short straw to anyone, so I'll just go ahead and cover group 2 outcomes here. Reducing barriers, benefiting in-state applicants. We had a couple of jurisdictions in our group that don't have accredited degrees in their home state there. So kind of, factoring some of that in, adding pathways to help their in-state applicants find access to licensure. The alternative paths encourage diversity, expand access. Had a lot of talk again around, maybe the accredited degree being cost prohibitive, or certain demographics not having the same access to the higher education options there. So again, encouraging people to utilize alternative paths to gain access to the profession as well. Diverse populations, international candidates. I think this came out of kind of the Northeast region there, New York City, Philadelphia, New Jersey, densely populated, really diverse, international candidates. So again, having the uniform standard kind of outline those different pathways to licensure, a benefit there. We had a great comment, prepare language ahead of time, whether it's statutory or regulatory. That way, when your next review does come up, you do get, a request from the governor's office. Again, you're ready to move with some proposed changes, not being caught flat-footed. So certainly thought that was a good bit of advice. And then again, just kind of focusing on those 3 E's, passing the LARE. The candidate needs experience. The uniform standard doesn't, alter the licensing framework, doesn't weaken the license or anything like that. So again, still speaking towards the licensure framework, as well as looking at data and candidate behavior. I shared kind of anecdotally, we had some members there that would need to add years of experience, like for the experience only pathway to adopt the uniform standard. We had a member jurisdiction I met with, ahead of the vote, similar experience, but had to add years of experience, thought that might be a barrier. We had them pull their data, and nobody had applied, for licensure, the experience only pathway with less than 11 years of experience, right? So for them, moving from 7 to 8 would not have been a barrier or impacted their candidates. So again, just kind of, trying to utilize data as well as, an input informing kind of your key messaging there. Katie, anything you want to add, or otherwise we can move on to group 3?
I think you summed things up well. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, group 3. So diversity, growing the profession, Jen's group. I'll hand it off to whoever wants to do the group 3 report out.
I'll just handle that quickly. So we had a really interesting discussion, and I can summarize it by saying we thought diversify at the top and all the way down to the newest candidates. And what we mean by that is that Minnesota had an interesting idea of trying to pass legislation that would reduce the amount of experience needed for board members themselves to be able to be on the licensing board, so that they could increase diversity, get younger candidates or younger people as board members. And then we talked quite a bit about reaching younger folks before they're trying to get licensed, but just trying to get them into the profession, and talked about that experience avenue, pathway. And if it even made sense, perhaps to have internships that you could get in, high school kids, or get in, recent grads from college, and start training them in an internship program toward being a landscape architect. We talked about how in North Carolina, we've had a pilot program to allow students in their final year to take one section of the LARE and as part of a class, so that the class would be helping prepare for the exam and then taking the exam. That helps with both the cost of the exam, because it's part of your schooling, and it helps to kind of get them while they're there before they go off to whatever profession they might go into. If they've already passed one section of the exam, then it's much more likely that they'll say, well, I might as well take the rest of them and go ahead and get licensed. Talked about the international diversity that we've been seeing in a lot of our school programs, but they're not necessarily staying in the state where they got their schooling, and how to keep some of those folks. And one idea was to create positions within the ASLA chapter that are interesting and exciting for the young people themselves, like a DEI position or a climate action position, so people can see themselves or see something they're interested in there. Similarly, having getting more diversity in the university by having programs at the university that excite people to attend, that they can see themselves. The example in New Mexico was having a program that focuses on something for Native people and their culture, so that it would get more people interested in joining the landscape architecture program. I think those are the highlights. Liz, anything I missed? Or anyone else?
You did a great job.
I think, yeah, I'd like to qualify a little bit more about the Minnesota.
Thanks, Graham.
The Minnesota paragraph up top. It's not that the legislature did not pass what we put forth, which was to try and make reduce barriers to be on our board with such a large board and including everybody in our professions and our professional technical professions, and that it didn't not pass. It just didn't get heard. The legislature couldn't get to everything and simply put it on hold. So I think it's still in the works. But yeah, I would hate to have everybody think it failed for some reason. It was well written and it had a lot of support. So we're looking forward to 24 to try to reintroduce it and have it be successful. It was a starting point for us, and we do have language changing more specifically to the CLARB, responding to the CLARB uniform standard. So we have gone back and updated language and things like that. So we're on a proactive path. But yeah, I just wanted to clarify. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Graham. And then finally, we have the Group 4 report out. So I'll hand it off to whoever wants to take the lead.
Right. So I'm going to try to summarize this. We had a great discussion that could have gone on for a while. So there was a good blend of multidiscipline and independent boards, but we have a lot of commonalities. So there's discussion over difficulty of filling board seats. And so how could states potentially utilize the uniform standard to increase the pipeline for potential new board members by increasing those applicants and licensees within the state. One of the things that we did not mention with this, but is consideration of public members as well, those that can become champions for our profession of landscape architecture, but may not be landscape architects themselves. Also, the efficiency studies are hitting a lot of states right now for boards to show how they need to demonstrate their value, how they're protecting the profession. Are they meeting often enough? What are they doing for their licensees? What are they doing for the state? So some of the discussion from that, there was some good feedback from the mixed multidiscipline boards and then the independent boards as well. But just looking at how you can align with related disciplines through your rules. So even if it's just as rules and statutes are revisited, that they're structured similarly across different types of professions, makes it easier for legislators to follow so that it doesn't look like they're trying to sift through a lot of information. Let's see, on this, looking for reviews of statutes, just preemptively looking at what could be coming down the pipeline through sunset reviews coming up. I think a couple of people in our group had mentioned that they have sunset reviews this next year, but looking for opportunities to talk about related disciplines and statutes that could be aligned with the uniform standards. And then also looking at consolidation of boards. There's a few states that have relatively small percentage of landscape architects, and so it makes it challenging for them to have to fund their operations and not be questioned by the state. So go ahead and preemptively looking at your allied professions, gauging interest if allied professions are interested in combining boards, or if it's just a matter of combining resources and sharing staff and keeping independent boards. So that can go a couple of different ways. But having those discussions, and then also having discussions with not being afraid to reach out to your legislators and finding out what the hot button topics are coming up in each session, especially when you have an upcoming sunset review or these efficiency studies, executive orders that are coming down the line, is figuring out how we can relate the profession of landscape architecture to those hot button issues such as workforce development. And then the uniform standard, how that can promote and increase workforce development if adopted within those states. I did some summarizing of all of those bullet points. I think Jack with Arizona and Dennis in Nebraska, they had some very interesting thoughts, from a multidisciplinary and independent board approach about how they've created efficiencies and where their support comes from for the licensure, and just making sure that our legislators are aware of the work of those boards.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Leanne. I'm certainly encouraged by the report outs. I think we had 4 good discussions there. But yes, again, I want to be mindful of time. It is time for a break, but the Licensure Summit is not over. So please take a quick break, come back for the remainder of the summit. Looking at you East Coasters, we know who's on now and who will be on after. No, I'm kidding. But I certainly do encourage you to take a quick break and come back for the remainder of the summit. So thank you again to presenters of the last panel and for everyone participating in your breakouts. We certainly appreciate your time and involvement. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, and we'll just ask for everybody to be back by 4:45 Eastern time. Enjoy your break.
Okay, well, it's 4:46. So welcome back. My name is Bradley Rawls. I'm the State Government Affairs Manager here at ASLA. For those who I have not met. So let's quickly jump in since we have a little bit less time on this segment of our webinar. So our final session today is going to feature 4 case studies on effective approaches for building successful internal and external relationships that are essential for your success and advocacy success, whether that's defending licensure or seeking the proactive changes that you need in your jurisdictions. So our speakers today are going to discuss the various best practices and experiences on board chapter relationships. Veronica, you can go to the next slide if you'd like. They'll discuss their various best practices on experiences for board and chapter relationships, which we've heard about already today a few times. Elected official relationships, which we've already heard a few times. So we're going to continue to talk about this. Allied professional partnerships and relationships with executive agencies. So let me first introduce our first 2 speakers. Today they are Julie Hildebrand and Brent Luck. Ms. Hildebrand received her undergraduate degree from the University of Texas at Austin and her law degree from Texas Tech University. She has worked for the Texas Medical, Pharmacy, and Dental Boards as staff attorney, assistant general counsel, litigation counsel, general counsel, and executive director. Ms. Hildebrand is currently the executive director for the Texas Board of Architectural Examiners and regulates the architects, landscape architects, and registered interior designers. She has served on the board of directors, Leadership Advisory Council, MBE committee, and various work groups for CLARB, and has presented at conferences on administrative law and professional licensure. And Brent Luck has had a long professional career in designing outdoor recreational spaces. Brent's focus is partnering with municipalities and counties to conceive and then implement the design of many different recreational amenities as an integral part of a community's infrastructure. Over the past 30 years, he has been the project manager or worked in the capacity of landscape architect and park planner on projects including parks, downtown plazas, sports complexes, splash pads, open space master plans, trail master plans, and landscape aesthetics and other recreation enhancements. He has been the owner and principal of Luck Design Team since 2009, as the vice president of legislative affairs for the ASLA Texas chapter since 2012. I'll turn it over to them to give their presentation, and then I'll introduce the additional speakers as they present their case study. Thank you, Julie and Brent.
Yeah, I'll get us started. I'm Julie, as he said, and Since I'm in Texas, I was just looking at my weather app and it feels like it's 116 degrees today. So if you see my wind blowing, my hair blowing in the wind, that's the fan blowing on me. But yeah, we can, Brent, did you want to introduce yourself? Just say hi
No,
anyways.
Yeah, Bradley did a great job. Thank you, Bradley. And Julie, I'll just follow your glorious lead. So
Sounds good. We can go to the next slide. So yeah, these are just a couple points here that we had. I think the relationships are going to be most important during the legislative session and then also during sunset. And what we wanted to do was just kind of explain, who we are and what we do and how that plays out during the legislative session. So I'm sure, as most of y'all know, the board, what we do is enforce the laws that are made by the legislature. In Texas, we have architects, landscape architects, and registered interior designers. Another unique thing with Texas is that we are what's called an SDSI agency. And so not only are we an independent agency, but we also have an independent budget. We're independent from the appropriations process. And that allows us to basically run like business. And so it does give us a lot more flexibility. And then Brent, did you want to talk about ASLA?
Yeah, one of the things that, of course, with the Texas chapter, as well as with, I think, a lot of the ASLA chapters across the nation, we're all volunteers. And as Bradley mentioned in our intro, I've been at this position since 2012 as far as the VP of Government Affairs with the Texas chapter of ASLA, which part of what that has allowed me to do is go through one sunset review in the past. And so to be able to work and represent Texas ASLA and having communication with TBAE through that process has been very eye-opening. As well in the past, as well as how we prepare for it coming up in the future. So, part of what we're focusing on is the relationship between TBAE and Texas ASLA, and highlighting that because it has been so beneficial, I think, for both entities as we've gone through sunset review in the past.
And as far as our different roles, the difference we wanted to kind of compare and contrast. And with the board, we focus on HSW, and I have to sometimes explain that I can't advocate for the profession. I can't, try to advance your agenda. So those two, that makes us, I think, very different. And along with that role, because we are government and we do work closely with the executive branch and the legislative branch, we usually do learn about things first, maybe before the local chapter will. But the problem with that, how we differ than the local chapter, is we can't really do anything with the information we receive. We're not, like I said, able to lobby or advocate for anything. So we have all this great information and we'd like to take action on it, but we can't. But that is, I think, why I tend to be so sharing with the intel that I do get, because I know that Texas ASLA can do something with the information. So that's, again, we do receive a lot of information and then we provide that, certainly by request, but also we'll do that proactively sometimes. We do have lots of structural and political restraints also. As far as the structural, we can't lobby, we can't spend our budget on certain things. And in general, I would say the legislature is not as concerned about the agency's opinion or my personal opinion. They specifically even say we can testify on the bill, but we can't testify for or against the bill. And as far as the political restraints, at least here in Texas, one of our biggest challenges has been specifically being directed by our executive branch that we cannot spend any time or money on any DEI initiatives. And so we have to really focus on, okay, well, this isn't necessarily focused, for the purpose of DEI, it's more for the purpose of right to work. And so we really have to try to, even if our ASLA chapter is focusing on DEI, how can we package that to where it is beneficial for the state and still within our constraints. Another one that really I think applies to landscape architecture specifically is ESG is also a hot topic, hot button here, and especially where that relates to landscape architecture is the environmental part. So even again, if we did have any topic that we wanted to work together on that had to do with the environment specifically and not necessarily just regulating a license, that's where we might have to figure out the best way to package the message. And then real quick, we were going to let Brent back on that slide, talk about ASLA and their roles.
Yeah, just real quickly, and then we'll move to the last slide. But for myself and our chapter here in Texas, understanding the dichotomies of the two organizations was really, really important. What we saw, again, as the slide illustrates, that TBAE, their sole focus of the board was public health, safety, and welfare for the residents of the state of Texas. And even though we have a landscape architect, licensed landscape architect as a board member, his role, of course, under TBAE is, again, not necessarily wearing his landscape architect hat for the benefit of landscape architects. It's for the health, safety, welfare of the residents of the state of Texas. And so understanding that, even though that's a real simple designation, where, kind of as I'm wearing my hat for the legislative efforts with Texas ASLA, and my focus and our focus in that position has been for protecting and strengthening our right to practice landscape architecture here in the state. And those are two very, very different responsibilities in the relationship. And as Julie mentioned earlier, I think that's very complementary, that we can assist each other, even though kind of our end goals are a little bit different. We have found a lot of synergy just in being able to communicate with each other, even though those roles and results are different.
And then we can go to the last slide. And Brent, did you want to start with that first bullet about being replicable?
Sure. Yeah, one of the things that I think we, as Julie and I were talking about presenting today, is how can we make it the success that we've had replicatable to anyone that's on the summit today. And one of the things that, and I'll give Julie a pat on the back for this, was as we start our legislative sessions, we formally meet, have an in-person as far as with TBAE and our representatives from the Texas chapter of ASLA, just to talk. And it's very open, it's very candid. Some of it's just catching up since we've seen each other last time, but also just to talk about what do you see, what have you heard? As Julie mentioned earlier, from an information gathering, they hear things a lot faster than what we do, and trickle down. And so, and at the same time, TBAE would like to know, hey, what do you guys, as a chapter, what are your expectations for the legislative session and moving forward? So again, that's a very simple thing. But again, credit to Julie, because TBAE has reached out, I know, not just to the landscape architects, but to the architects and interior designers as well that are under the direction of the board, to have those in-person meetings to talk. So highly recommend, just the start of that communication in a pre-session meeting before pre-billings, before the official session starts, and all that good stuff.
Then as far as that second bullet there, the main thing I wanted to point out is the sharing of bill language. I haven't had this experience with landscape architects, but I've had it with another profession where they didn't share the bill of language with us and it got approved, and it was something we were actually in support of. But what the issue was that there was another part of the law that needed to be updated also. And so when you just updated one section, then the two were actually in contradiction. And really the board is the one, it's our act. And so we do know it backwards and forwards, and we know the nuances that, you know, CE is now discussed in both this section and that section that you would never expect for it to be discussed in. And so it's really, that's one of the big points that I would say is to share bill language. And I know for me anyways, and I think with any, you know, government agencies are expected to be open. So really if somebody were to ask directly that question, if you're concerned that the state agency wouldn't necessarily share the information you want, public information requests we have to respond to, and they're open information. So with that in mind, I don't have a problem being forthright on if I'm going to oppose the bill of language, or not even, like I said, I can't oppose it. But if I have challenges with the bill language and those type of things, it's again really important to communicate that. And that's part of then the last bullet, the no surprises. I think it's important both ways, that if I am going to be giving information which would just completely kill some bill that the chapter was supporting, I think it's really important for me to give that information ahead of time so that we can discuss the best solution, and then vice versa. I would hope that if I was having to testify on something, that I would be ready and well communicated with on what kind of information is going to be coming up. And then Brent, did you have anything else to add on those?
Well, I'll kind of jump to the end as far as one of the things that our communication with each other on a regular basis does is the no surprises, and how huge that is for all of us in moving forward. When you know, our legislative sessions every 2 years, and for 140 days, it's fast and furious, and it's just so good to have that communication back and forth on simple things, large things, and moving forward, because that does just make it easier, not just from you know, landscape architects communicating to our board, but you know, Julie and her staff also have the ability, you know, they're communicating with our sister professions, specifically with the architects that you know, in our group, the architects way outnumber the landscape architects in the state of Texas. And so their voice, you know, when we say the no surprises, we're communicating. We don't want to, you know, surprise the architects with any kind of draft legislation or anything without going through a vetted communication process with all interested parties. And so just how important that is. You can never tell, you know, probably a lot of people on the panel or on the call today can see just how nutty some of the state of Texas politics is. And so again, that when I say no surprises, there's always going to be surprises amongst us as a chapter and as the TVA board. That communication just kind of goes, did you hear that right? Or did I hear that right? Or what do you think about this? I mean, you know, and what are you hearing? Just simple information like that has really helped strengthen the relationship and where TBAE and ASLA is going as our two different entities.
Very good. Thank you, Julie and Brent. Let's move on to the next case study. We're now going to hear from Kevin White. He is a member at large, advocacy and licensure for the Florida chapter, and he's going to discuss the Florida chapter's experience with engaging with elected officials. Kevin White, he is a senior landscape architect with the firm England, Thims, and Miller in Jacksonville, Florida, and his practice focuses mainly on community development throughout the private and public sectors. He is an ASLA Florida chapter past president and has served on several positions within the Florida chapter, as well as on the National Member Services Committee. And as I said, he's currently serving as the member at large for advocacy and licensure for the Florida chapter. So Kevin, I don't see you. Hopefully you're here. So you want to take it away?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. When I agreed to do this, I did not know my alma mater would be playing for the World Series, but I jumped right in, Bradley, and I know I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me. I could probably talk. I think we got till 7 or 8 tonight. That's on the schedule, but I could probably talk about our lobbyist, Diana Ferguson.
You have 10 minutes.
Yes, I know. She's pivotal. I know not everyone has the benefit of having a lobbyist, but Diana's our eyes and our ears at the Capitol. She steps away from talking with policymakers, and she knows bill languages. She has such relationships. We hired her in 2011, and she's been blowing the doors off of it. She has such a relationship with legislators that she has aides that are calling her from offices, telling her, you might want to check out this language. It's a little problematic. And to talk about that, and to not even coach representatives or senators that are in session and talking. Senator Bobby Powell, he's a planner, and he works for Urban Design Studio in South Florida. And he spoke up for our profession in the middle of the session. He wasn't coached or anything. And that's a long-standing relationship. He knows our profession. But there's people outside of landscape architecture that they know our profession because of Diana. And as I said, she is diligent in being our eyes and ears at the Capitol. Her focus on her practice is environmental and administrative law. And she's not just, she's our trusted advisor at the Capitol, and she's sends up the red flag when we have issues that are, whether it's some bill language, we had a deregulathon back in 2019, and basically it was Governor DeSantis bringing all the 23 licensure boards together, and let's roll up our sleeves. We're pro-business state, and how can we cut some of the flack? And so we did that. We had Emily O'Matney, our ASLA president. We had several executive committee members there, and we did just that. It was amazing. This slide, just talking about relationships at our past conference. This was in Panama City. Diana is the second on the right of me in the right-hand picture. We got a past president there, obviously President Emily O'Matney, next to our chief financial officer. If you want friends, it's nice to have friends that handle all the money in Florida, and that's Jimmy Petronis. And it's personal. It's just not all about business. I mean, Jimmy built a relationship with him. Dino started talking about, we used to go, your family owns a restaurant in Panama City. Yeah, they've owned it for like 40 years or something. Said, come on, Dina, I'll set you up, take care of you, a meal, come on by. But it's stuff like that, and it's long-lasting relationships. Some of these folks that are representatives, they go on to be senators, and some of these aides go to be aides for other senators, other representatives. So we have those relationships that are long-standing. The mayor of Panama City, another relationship that we've built with him. These are just a multitude that I can go on and on about relationships. Jacksonville, we had Senator John Rutherford, sheriff for over 30 years. And this wasn't probed by our lobbyists or anything. This was just an example of, hey, we would love to do a site tour with you, show you some downtown development. And these representatives love site tours. They want to see the development, what you're doing. And he's a sheriff, so he knows about CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design. So there's so much we're talking about, and we get it set up with a donor to do a boat trip in downtown Jacksonville. I was back in 2019. This was our past state advocacy day. Myself and President, Trustee Diana, and President-elect, but several of our representatives. That's Bobby Powell on the lower right. As he said, he works with Helen. She's President-elect for this year. In the elections, the runoff has not been yet, but so yeah, Bobby's been a great advocate for us. A lot of folks that Diana has introduced us to on a regular basis. Another one, and there's a Secretary of Department of Business and Professional Regulation. She's Melanie Griffith in the upper right-hand corner next to Helen in the blue shirt. So we're inviting these folks to the incoming, the conference that's coming up in Miami, just to join us. So whether it's for dinner, it's just continuing to build those relationships. So we have a political action committee, and that's where we get funding to help support some of these elected professionals, whether it's representatives or senators. And we also give legislative awards too, like professional photography for their offices. All this is from our political action committee, and that's Diana. She's running that. She's managing that, and she's the treasurer for that. And that's it. But that's something, if you didn't have a lobbyist and you don't have those means, that's something you could build on with some contributions and fundraising. To get a professional photography picture of something, that speaks for itself. When you give it to a legislator, and maybe you've done a site tour with them, and they have that in their office, I mean, that speaks, because they're already not talking about landscape architecture, and we're not even in the room. You talk about a benefit to our profession, and that's long-standing. You don't know how many years are going to be sitting senator, or how many years are going to be a sitting representative, and it just adds on more communication and friends along the line. And this another thing that lobbyists, Diane wasn't involved with, but this was a national advocacy, and we had Emily, myself, and we were mentoring to two other landscape architects, and we were just talking about environmental issues, and that's another relationship thing. Emily was actually, we started off a conversation, just like we're having a regular conversation with friends, and we had two aides. We had one from Rubio's office, we had one from Senator Scott's office, and the one from Rubio, I believe it was Rubio's, he actually knew someone from the same town as Emily in Louisiana, and they had this commonality of, unfortunately, the young lady passed away, but that was like a connection they made. It's kind of like these Venn models where you have the overlapping relationships, same type of thing. So Senator Rubio relationships go back to ACE Legacy project we were trying to do in Miami too. We reached out to them before COVID canceled our national conference in Miami. But just again, building relationships with those folks and continuing on. And these were some of the environmental acts we were supporting and talking about with those aides for Rubio's office and Senator Scott. And Greg Duckworth, he had a great point earlier. I hope you were listening, because he said, keep your politics out of your mission. We're here about to protect our licensure and talk about those health, safety, and welfare. Stay focused on that. You'll get shut down if you go into these offices talking about politics. You really got to stay focused and on task. Diane is key at that. She knows how to sense the environment, what we should gravitate to, where we should stay away from. And it also helps with our government advocacy or government affairs committee. We have about 30 members, probably only have about 10 standing members on that committee, but we'll talk through some of these issues, strategic moves, who we need to correlate with, whether it's the Arborist Society or if it's someone from the League of Cities or the Florida Nursery Growers Association. These are all allies of ours, and good to have. One other thing, our webinars, We do about 2 or 3 of these a year. We invite elected officials to be on the webinars. They love FaceTime, they love site tours, and this is something they love to talk about what they're doing. Some of them are engineers. Lee was an engineer. Cindy Stevenson is from my district, so I'm talking about climate action issues with her. Living shorelines, we're having to actually buy out some private landowners on the coast. So these are all relationships we're building. It continues on down the line. The legislative award that I mentioned earlier. So this is hanging up in Senator Blazingolia's office. What a beautiful piece and a talking point for many conversations to come. Next slide. I did mention our political action committee and a lot of our donors for that. These key folks will set up dinners like at our conference, and they have nothing. That's another something that Greg Duckworth brought out about breaking bread and having a meal with someone. So we'll have them. They have their total attention of this legislator over dinner, and they can talk about key issues, whether it's transportation, highway beautification, but something we always pitch at our webinars to. And our highest donors are not landscape architects for this. They're actually from the nursery growers, huge ally of ours. So make sure you diversify your relationships within the disciplines that are related to ours. Next slide. Talk about site tours. This Senator John Rutherford's Jacksonville's boat tour we did. Chris Flagg, his company with ASLA donated the boat. EDSA, another site tour in Pompano Beach. We did this the same year, and it was great. I mean, the mayor's at the one in Pompano, so he loves to showcase the work. He loves to hear about the stories, the details. We're all about telling stories, and those are key. All these other stories that we've heard today, you really need to document them because they help build up more and more stories for people that don't really know about our profession. Next slide. Another site tour. We actually did this in Tallahassee, and we had a chartered bus for this one. Some light snacks, wine. We did 4 or 5 different projects for this. One was an urban renewal project. One was a sit-in cafe project, a civil rights project. So some really great projects. We had the captive audience of about, I think we invited like 12 to 15 legislators. We probably had about 7 or 8 on the bus. And then we had the designers of these projects telling about their projects. So not only do they get to promote a profession, but they get to promote some of their personal work. So it was a great success. That was in 2019, I believe, or 18. Next slide.
I think that was the last one, Kevin. That was a lot packed into some slides. So
yeah.
I'm sure the our attendees have a lot of questions to ask you in the Florida chapter here in the Q&A section after we hear the last 2 presentations. So moving on, we're going to hear from, let me introduce Nancy Hoynes. She's now going to present on the Allied Professional Partnerships. Nancy is both a professional landscape architect, licensed in South Dakota, and the association manager for the Nebraska Dakotas chapter of ASLA. Nancy received her BLA from Iowa State University much longer ago than she'd care to admit, she says, and spent her first 25 years of her career in public and private sectors, practicing in California, Minnesota, Iowa, and South Dakota. 5 years ago, she opened her own association management firm to help guide the nonprofit professional associations to which she once belonged. And as a landscape architect, Nancy enjoys bringing communities' design and the necessary elements together to create amazing projects. Now, as an association manager, she uses those same skills to bring allied professionals together for the greater good. Nancy is joining us today from the middle of the Nebraska Dakotas chapter in Pierre, South Dakota. So take it away, Nancy.
Great. Thanks, Bradley. So I know that as we've talked today, so many of you are already working with your allied professionals and teaming with these folks on a day-to-day basis, especially during legislative session and when we're talking about licensure. But in South Dakota, we have a little bit of a unique allied professional relationship in that we have actually formalized that into a standalone organization that we get together and hold true to throughout the year. So I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about what that is, and then I'm going to take a step back and explain why we have this coalition, how it works, and the overall value of being involved with these allied professionals in the way that we are. So first of all, the Design Professionals Coalition of South Dakota, or as we call it, the DPC, is made up of these 4 organizations: South Dakota section of the Nebraska Dakotas chapter of ASLA, the South Dakota Engineering Society, which is our state society of the National Society of Professional Engineers, American Council of Engineering Companies of South Dakota, and the South Dakota Society of Professional Land Surveyors. And how this all works, and the structure of such, is our DPC board is made up of 7 voting members that both represent their respective organizations, but also serve as liaisons, going back and forth between what we discuss at the DPC and what needs to be shared with their specific organization, and how that all communicates back and forth so we're all on the same page. My introduction mentioned, I'm the executive director for DPC. We also elect officers every year. And in addition to the folks that are on the board, we also bring in our advocacy chairs, our society presidents, other folks that are involved within the respective organizations that might be interested in legislative activities beyond just a normal member. We also have a paid legislative watchdog who transitions to lobbyist on occasion when we really need some extra help in the legislature. So this organization gets together throughout the year. It's not just a legislative body. And what you see on your screen is what may be the why this organization was formed, if you read our articles of association. But when you look back actually in the history of the DPC that was put together by one of my predecessors, they basically formed the organization because they the individual organizations were going into the legislature, and you might have the landscape architects that were talking about this item on a bill, and you had the individual engineers from SDES that were talking about this item on a bill, and ACEC might have been talking about something else. And in short, I get the impression that they kind of drove the legislators crazy because, one, they don't look at us probably as individuals. They may not understand, okay, this is the difference between what an engineer does and a landscape architect and a land surveyor. But there was also apparently some infighting between the organizations within those committee meetings. And so the history of the DPC says that the legislators basically told us all to go back and work things out together and not come back to a committee meeting until we had worked out where we were together behind closed doors. Now, this was back in 1988. So we obviously worked out those issues and have been moving forward ever since in a much more coordinated effort that we really discovered we needed to do in order to be effective legislatively. So as many speakers have mentioned today, we're stronger together. And we work much better and much more effectively when we're all pulling in the same direction. So the organization as a whole works kind of in a variety of ways, but the overall goal is that we get together again throughout the year. We start by evaluating what we know is coming, the bills that we hear might be introduced, the issues that might be addressed. We prioritize those, we analyze those as the DPC, we talk about them with the board, and then each of those organizations then goes back to their respective boards and really go through those issues again, understand what their particular organization is concerned about, brings it back. And there's just a lot of great working behind the scenes to get us to the place that we need to be during legislative session. The other thing that's come out of this is because of our presence at the Capitol and with the executive branch and with others, we're also working behind the scenes with those folks. So before a bill is introduced, before the final details of an issue might be worked out, they're reaching out to us and asking what our input is, even before it goes to the Legislative Research Board or others. We make 3 decisions. We're either supporting, opposing, or remaining neutral on a bill once it gets to that point, or an issue. And we tend to be a little bit more conservative. Again, I think Mr. Duckworth mentioned, picking your battles. And we're looking at how do we use our political capital to the best effect. If all 4 organizations don't agree on a bill, we might remain neutral as the DPC and allow a particular organization then to go out and work on that bill on their own. So we don't always agree. We don't always end up in the same place. But typically the bills that we're really focused on, of course, are licensure and similar bills that affect our professions. So, and then it doesn't end. Even if we decide to remain neutral, we're always keeping a watch on what's going on with those bills and how things are moving forward. So the value of all this, again, you've heard it a number of times today, we're all stronger together. We've gotten to a point, definitely over the last, almost, 35 years here, that legislators know who we are, they know where we stand. A lot of times, again, they're reaching out to us on an issue before it's even makes it to a committee or to a floor, or a bill is even dropped. So we found, especially, I would say, in the last several years, that we're kind of leading the charge. The message we'll get is somebody will ask, well, what does the DPC think about this? Or let's talk to the DPC before we get any further on this. And some of the allied professionals that aren't part of our group are typically kind of waiting to see which direction we go before they move forward on their end. One of the huge benefits with this is that obviously we couldn't do this alone. We have maybe 30 landscape architects licensed that are residents of South Dakota. We would not have the opportunity to hire a legislative watchdog or even someone in my position to monitor the legislation to the level that our legislative watchdog does. On the picture here, you'll see in the pink and the blue is, a list of, this is just a portion of 150 bills that we just keep an eye on throughout the session. It might be an appropriations bill that some of our firms might end up working on. It might be a licensure bill that's affecting another profession, which kind of tends to creep into our world, of course. So a lot of that takes time and it takes money. And when these bills do end up needing a lobbyist on it, and we transition our watchdog into a lobbyist, that's that's dollars that we don't have on our own. So we're able to move forward on these items thanks to the coalition that we've put together. One of the other unique benefits is that we definitely, this goes beyond just the legislative session. Excuse me. We coordinate outside of that. A lot of work that on the Board of Technical Professions. Unfortunately, in South Dakota, landscape architects do not have a seat at that table. But these relationships that we have with the other allied professionals, again, carry into that realm. And so, although we don't have a chair on the board, we definitely overlap. We're involved with our board representatives, and it helps strengthen that bond at the board level as well. Some of the bills that we've been particularly successful on, this one in front of us, Senate Bill 76, was a licensure by endorsement bill. When we originally heard of this, it had a clause in there that said that a department secretary could issue a license. Again, because of our coalition, we heard about it in advance. We were able to work behind the scenes to get that language out and to get it basically revised so it only applies where it's applicable to maybe a pesticide license or a wastewater treatment plant operator. But without this coalition, we would have never been able to hear about that in advance, get that out of there, get the bill revised even before it was introduced. So we've done the same on military spouse bills that have gone through here, a variety of licensure bills. There's going to be one every year, we know, but we work together, and so far we've been successful in getting the job done. So with that, I'll yield the floor and wait for questions at the end.
Thank you, Nancy. So we're going to turn to our last case study, and it features Doug Boyer. He is a landscape architect at Edge in Columbus, Ohio, specializing in parks, streetscapes, and public works. He currently serves as the Ohio Chapter Vice President of Legislative Affairs, a position he has held since 2019 and has done a fabulous job, if I might say, and spends far too much time, as he quotes here, too much of his free time reading bill analysis and running searches in the Ohio Administrative Code for the terms landscape and design professional. So I'll turn it over to Doug so he can speak about engaging with the executive branch.
Thanks, Bradley. We all have our weird hobbies, right? That's why we're on this call. So I'll put a bow on today's discussions. I think a lot of this has been really great. But I'm going to take a different approach here. I think so much of what has been discussed is what we call playing defense, and it's something that we have quite a bit of experience with. Like most others, we've had some challenges to licensure in the past. A few years back, we ran into an issue with it. We flailed around, thankfully got it taken care of. Came out on the other side and said, boy, we really need a professional to help us with this. We need a lobbyist. So we went out and hired a guy named Luther Liggett. He is a walking, talking stereotype of an old school lobbyist. He got his start as an aide for then freshman Senator John Glenn, which was a very, very long time ago. And I'm pretty sure I've seen him stand in the Ohio State House and, wearing a suit and thumbing his suspenders. He's absolutely what you picture when you picture a lobbyist. Anywho, off topic. Once we got done with these licensure threats, we were sitting down at breakfast with Luther, and he said, well, what next? What are you guys going to do? And we just kind of looked at our hands. Of course, we feel like we just went through a crisis moment. We didn't know what we were going to do, but we felt pretty pleased with ourselves. He said, well, you're just going to sit around and wait for something bad to happen to you? Try something. How about you play offense? Then we scratched our head, said, okay, Luther, what in the world does that mean? So let's start with this. I'm sure most people on the call understand how how our government works, but it's essentially a rickety three-legged stool made up of three branches. There's the legislative, which is where most of the licensure threats occur. We have dealt with them a decent amount. A few years back, we were even successful enough to where we passed a bipartisan bill, actually passed unanimously a bipartisan bill to grant lien authority to design professionals here in Ohio. But generally speaking, that was very hard. The legislative branch can be a royal pain in the butt to deal with. And so, frankly, we try to avoid it. It's a lot of work. It rarely has payoff. It's really just playing defense. There's the judicial branch, of course. If we're doing our job right, we're nowhere near them. We're staying as far away from them as humanly possible. And there's the executive branch. There's and I mean this in the best possible way, there's the nameless, faceless bureaucrats that keep our government running despite the best efforts of the legislative branch. This is where we felt our opportunity would lie. There's a lot of opportunity there. You know, it's the opportunity to clean up these regulations. There's the opportunity for mutual benefit. And as Luther likes to put it, it's the place for us to do the drip, drip, drip of landscape architecture into all of Ohio's administrative code. So this is the process we started. It's relatively simple. I'll lay it out, but you know, it's just code review, letter writing, phone calls, if we're lucky, the occasional meeting. And that's it. I feel like we've narrowed it down pretty quickly. So our first effort was with the Ohio Department of Transportation. This was back in 2019. We started our code review process. We figured, hey, the Ohio Department of Transportation essentially manages more land in the state of Ohio than any other single entity. And it's thousands of engineers doing it. They don't employ a single landscape architect. Frankly, that's not great. That's not a great position to be in. On top of that, they actually have in their construction and materials specifications manual, which is, I'm sure every state has a version, but it's the Bible of road building here. A definition of engineer that basically says engineer as a term is used in place of all design professionals as far as ODOT is concerned. So if it's architecture, still an engineer. Landscape architecture, heaven forbid they ever use a landscape architect, they're still going to call them engineers. As you can imagine, we had a bit of a problem with that. So we wrote letters, we made phone calls, we wrote more letters. They continued to rebuke us. We, at one point, I think, maybe made some threats, started playing chicken with them, and then realized that was stupid. Again, it's great to avoid the judicial branch. Let's not go there. We don't have the money for it. We were effectively poking the bear. You've got a bunch of engineers who feel that they can do things in the most efficient, cost-effective manner, and they certainly do not want to hear landscape architects coming in and saying, we think part of your scope we can actually do better. It's threatening, and we should have foreseen that before we made our efforts. That being said, we did finally get an in-person meeting with the assistant director of ODOT. We had certainly raised a ruckus at that point, as well as the project manager of the construction and material specifications. We went back and forth for an hour, Luther being his argumentative self, did an awful lot more poking of the bear in this meeting, while Carmine and myself, who was Carmine was our former legislative affairs VP, tried to play mediator, calm him down a little bit. And we came away with some general wins. It was certainly not what we were asking for, but we did get somewhere. We had the definition of ASLA added to the manual. AIA was in there, ACEC was in there, ASLA was not. Now it is. We also added the definition of professional landscape architect. Again, architects, engineers, both were listed in there. Landscape architects were nowhere to be seen. Now they are. And lastly, and this was where they I think we're still pushing back heavily on us and did some serious wordsmithing. But they did at least slightly clarify the definition of engineer in the manual, essentially to say that, yeah, we're still going to call everyone who could possibly do work for ODOT an engineer, but at least say that they could, if they felt like it, confer with other representatives of other industries, including landscape architects. So there were some lessons learned here. We were aggressive, probably too aggressive. We were poking the bear far more than we should have. We should have understood that they would not be friendly to our efforts. But it helped us learn the process. It was our first attempt. So we moved on. About a year later, another member brought to our attention that the Ohio Power Siting Board was going through a code review process. There are solar and wind facilities being built all over the state, or at least being proposed all over the state. Built is another term, in large part because the permitting process run through the Ohio Power Siting Board is particularly challenging. He said, this member said, hey, this code review process is going on. I know for a fact that landscape plans are required as a part of the code review process. You should go stick up for them. Maybe see if you can do something about it. Make sure they stay in there. So we read through it. We saw what was going on. And we made a recommendation. We essentially said, hey, all of these solar wind farms going in, the landscape plans being done, you should be considerate of these. There's scope that's included here that should be done by landscape architects. It's not just incidental to engineering or architecture. And you should clarify that in your code. We sent this on to them. I followed up with phone calls. I never once talked to a real person, frankly, about this. The Ohio Power Siting Board is more known for a recent issue of $60 million of corruption than they are efficiency. They're a bit of a mess. That being said, kept sending emails, kept trying to make phone calls, again, never actually reaching anyone. I would occasionally get responses to my emails, just saying, hey, the code review process is still underway. We'll let you know if something happens. I didn't hold my breath. But last summer, I finally had stopped emailing. I figured I'm not going to keep bothering this guy and wasting his time as I badger him about whether or not our single line of code potentially made it in. And so I just Googled it. I said, hey, maybe there's something out there on the internet that says that there's been some progress made on this code review. I find an article outlining a bunch of changes that have been proposed to JCAR. Now, JCAR is essentially the executive code review process in the government's office, the governor's office, that approves code before it is accepted. So I'm going through the line item of all the changes that have been proposed, and I see this section about landscape plans. And I notice that they actually updated the code to word for word match what we had proposed. They just copy and pasted our recommendations. Never talked to a single person. Frankly, I probably put in 4 hours worth of effort over the course of my life to getting this changed. And there it is. I think there's also some lessons to be taken from this. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. This was something we were not particularly excited about, but we wanted to show value to our members. We wanted to show we were listening. And here it is. We're out there creating work for landscape architects. We're clarifying code for the Power Siting Board so the right design professionals are doing the work. And we got a huge win. So yeah, make the effort. This is a relatively simple process. And occasionally you get lucky. Occasionally they'll just take your recommendations, see the common sense in them, and move forward. So lastly, we made one more effort here. This is our most recent one, and frankly, I think it's been our biggest success so far. Another member brought to our attention that they had been turned down for a building permit on their sealed plans by a state building official. And the state building official cited this particular line of code you see here, this definition of registered design professional, where the details are important here. It says any architect holding a certificate issued under sections 4703.1 or 4703.36, and then it goes into the engineering section, is a registered design professional. Now, 4703.1 refers to the section of the revised code for architects licensure. 4703.36 refers to landscape architects. However, that is qualified by just referring to both of them as an architect. The building official read this, said, the definition only says architects and engineers, so those are the only people who can seal plans. That's a problem. We are also able to seal those plans. It makes us look bad to our clients. Those of us, at least in private practice, if our projects are delayed because our seals are considered no good by a building official, this is a very real problem. And we felt it had a very real solution. So again, we went through our typical process. We reviewed the code. We suggested a very simple change. We wrote a letter stating the chapter's position, and we sent this letter to the executive director of the Board of Building Standards, Regina Hanshaw, pictured at left here, as well as the president. I let that sit for a week. Then I cold called Regina and clarified our position, said, hey, this is why it's important. We've had members rejected for building permits wrongly. And there's obviously an issue with the way this particular definition is written. We'd just like to see it changed. It benefits us because we don't look bad to our clients. We can continue to practice as we should be able to. It benefits you because you don't receive angry phone calls from landscape architects asking why they've been rejected. It's good for everyone, and it's a simple ask. I then got in touch with Shannon Himes, who is the executive director of the State Landscape Architects Board. I attend as many of their quarterly meetings as I can in person, keep them updated on what the board is doing, and frankly, don't move forward if we don't have some level of support. They've forgotten more about the code referring to landscape architects than I'll ever know. And so if I'm doing something, they will certainly tell me if I'm misinterpreting, if I'm playing wrong, if I'm just running around chasing squirrels. They were fully supportive, which is wonderful. In the meantime, this code revision had actually gone up before the Board of Building Standards. I was unfortunately not able to attend, but Regina felt that this was a slam dunk option. She would present it to them as is, and she hoped that they would just pass it without any issues or questions. Of course, they did not. Instead of that, they tabled it, put us on. We sat around for another 9 months, waiting until we could get it back on the docket. And Luther and I, again, presented. Luther, in typical form, got into a 45-minute argument with him about various details of building code. I played mediator again, but we came out with a consensus. We came out with a consensus that what you see here in red would be adopted to the building code. Again, this is a very simple issue and a very simple code change, but very impactful for our members. And then the cherry on top, in addition to just making the code change, they sent out the memo you see on the right to every single building official in the state. And this clarifies the exact issue. It says, hey, essentially, landscape architects, do not reject them for these building permits. They are able to seal those plans. And on top of that, it now means that if this were to ever become an issue again, we have this memo in our back pocket that we can easily whip out, show to them, easily get approval on building permits. This is a huge deal. This is a huge deal for our clients. When we presented it at our annual meeting to our members, we received a standing ovation. This is very impactful. People truly care about our licensure and about it being protected, and they want to see the efforts that the chapter is making to do so. So that being said, there's a few takeaways, I think, here. The first one is find that mutual benefit. Don't do what we did with ODOT. Don't go in and challenge folks and their livelihoods. Find something with some mutual benefit. Try to make their job easier. Secondly, make the attempt. Take the shot. The worst that will happen is they'll ignore you. There's no reason not to get after it a little bit. At least send the letter, make the phone call, and see what happens. Put the ball in their court. Build a relationship. One of the reasons I think this was so successful, I had forgotten to mention this, is that we actually invited Regina Hanshaw of the Board of Building Standards to speak at our State House Day in 2022. Now, there are aspects of the building code that were pertinent to landscape architects. She gave a wonderful 15-minute speech to us on what those would be. But frankly, I invited her so that she could sit around landscape architects for an hour and a half, learn what we do. And I primed a few of our members with this issue and said, hey, go talk to Regina about this. Go see if you can make a friend. So build those relationships. Look for the alternative ways to get these people involved and keep looking for opportunities. Whether members are bringing it to you, you're like me and you sit around reading code and searching for a landscape. Go out there and see what you can find, and don't just wait for bad things to happen, but play offense. Get after it. There's some opportunities for some real benefit, some real change to occur here, and keep that drip, drip, drip of landscape architecture going in all of your respective state codes. It's not that hard. I thought it would be. It's not, I assure you. So with that, again, please go out there, play some offense, get landscape architecture out into the code. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doug. Oh man, boy, I enjoyed listening to all four of those case studies, and I'm sure our attendees did as well. We unfortunately are running short on time, so we're going to skip Q&A. But if you all want to hear any more from these speakers on their presentation, we can set up a subsequent webinar later, maybe this year, so you can ask more in-depth questions. I'd also offer to you all, if you have an interest in wanting to build relationships through any of these methods, please feel free to reach out to our staff at ASLA, CLARB staff. We are here to help you try to build these relationships, and we can set up calls pretty much immediately, and as soon as you want to start working on building relationships. But thank you to our presenters today. I wish we had time for more Q&A, but we're going to turn it over to our closing segment. Thank you all.
Thanks, Bradley. So it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you our two organizations presidents to just give us some closing remarks and our calls to action. I think all of our speakers did a fantastic job inspiring us all to take action and to really do all we can to move the profession forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carissa McMullen, the president of the Council of Landscape Architectural Registration Boards, as well as Emily O'Mahony, our president of the American Society of Landscape Architects. So Carissa and Emily.
Thank you, Elizabeth. On behalf of CLARB, I'm just so proud and impressed with all of the work that has been going on. I thank you all for participating in the summit. There was a lot of information that was shared today. It was a long afternoon into evening for some of you, but I think we can all be proud of the progress that we're making. And the exchange of information today, I think, has been really valuable. I know that this work isn't easy, so hopefully today served as some motivation, as well as giving you some tools to empower you so that you can keep participating and collaborating and evolving the work that you are doing for our profession. So I think one of the things that really excites me in hearing all of the speakers today is knowing that we are well on our way to our preferred future. CLARB talks about our preferred future, one where licensure is consistent and fair and reasonable and defensible and agile, and it provides protection for the public, but also allows a level of access to the profession that hasn't existed until now. And we heard quite a bit about that today as well. We also learned about the value of the work that we're doing to ensure licensure. We heard about the uniform standard and its benefit. We learned about an approach to that as well. We had breakout groups. We got to work on important messaging around licensure and how to share this information with our public officials and our elected officials, those people who can influence the adoption of the uniform standard or at least move toward reasonable regulation and progress. I think we also heard what not to do, and those are helpful hints as well. So Matt and Tori started out our day talking about their relationship and the relationship that CLARB and ASLA has, and that one has proven very valuable. in addition to, we validated our relationships. We're relationship driven people, really, landscape architects and all of us who are working in this space. But it was good to have that validated today. And we're walking away with practical examples of how to build these relationships, and not just build them, but maintain them over time too. And we're not just talking about our public and elected officials, but we're also talking about our allied professions, the engineers, the architects. And we've seen what's been able to be accomplished to date. It's very obvious after a summit like this today, when you see the progress that's happened, it just proves that we are stronger when we're working together, and it's just essential as we're moving forward. The summit is just the start. There are plans in motion, and we're very excited that there's going to be an in-person event in 2024. ASLA and CLARB are going to be co-sponsoring that, so I want you all to look out for more details. We'll be sharing that as they become available. I want to thank you again for your time and your interest and your commitment. I want to encourage you to keep up the great work. It's all very important work. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my counterpart, Emily, for our call to action.
Oh,
Emily?
okay.
Yep, there we go.
Okay, got it. I had to do it in two places. Thank you, Carissa. I hope you all had a great afternoon and enjoyed hearing from today's speakers and also engaging in the breakouts. We all have different reasons for attending today, but those underpinning those reasons is our collective effort to educate and advance licensure for landscape architects and to grow the profession through licensure. For several key reasons, ASLA believes the enactment of the uniform license framework is essential. These reasons include protecting health, safety, and welfare, the reason why we're licensed. Access to the profession, easing professional mobility, and assuring public and private consumers that licensed landscape architects have met a minimum set of professional standards. We know the challenge before us is not easy. It will take time and effort on our parts. And as you've heard from our outstanding speakers today, we can learn many lessons from activities to date through, and all of it is through communications as a key point. And while we said don't be politic about it, we still need to be political. We need to engage our legislators. I want to leave you with the following calls to action. If you haven't done so already, please schedule a post-summit conversation between the chapter and board in your state. We all should be tied together real close on this. Discuss what you've learned today and what you perceived as the key takeaways that most likely impact your jurisdiction. After you've had these conversations, start strategizing on an approach that works for your state. Review your current environment and decide what approach might work best in your state to implement. And identify whether this is long-range planning or short-term. So you can develop a plan. And with a step-by-step on decisions to make that move you forward. Rome wasn't built in a day, and it certainly takes more than a day, a year, possibly a decade, for our profession to achieve greater uniformity in our licensure statutes. We all know that state governments and agencies move at different paces, and the environment in your state may or may not be ripe for change. However, the good news is that when the time comes, we are now more than ever better prepared. We have the information and data that supports this movement for our profession. So you're not alone in your state fighting for this. You know, between ARPL and CLARB and ASLA, we're there with you. So we hope you take this back to your states, and let's start strategizing on how to move in this new and exciting direction. Once again, I thank you for taking the time to participate today, and please enjoy the rest of your day or night. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Thank you, Elizabeth. Back to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Carissa and Emily. And as we had said at the beginning, this whole event has been recorded and we will make that available to all of you. And again, thank you for attending. And as Emily said, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. So go and please enjoy the rest of your day.